好的，各位现场的贵宾，各位长官，我们预计1分钟之后要正式开始我们的第2天的2021职业训练国际论坛。现在呢是暖场的报告事项，我们要跟线上的观众朋友 say hello， 同时呢也提醒线上的观众朋友，赶快荧幕上现在的时间呢剩下倒数1分钟，利用一点时间扫描荧幕上的 QR code， 完成线上报道的动作，等同于参加了今天下午要进行的 Lucky Draw 摸彩的活动。奖品非常的丰富，是我们工研院所提供的1500元价值的线上课程，科技时代的淘金术，1500元价值的线上课程，赶快扫描 QR code 完成线上报道的动作。Scan the QR code for your online registration, and then you're eligible for the lucky draw this afternoon. Thank you so much. We begin in 30 seconds. Day 2, 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome. This is day 2 of our 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. 各位现场的长官、贵宾，还有线上的观众朋友，大家好，大家早安！欢迎大家莅临我们第2天的2021职业训练国际论坛。那么我们第2天的主题呢，和第1天一样，非常的丰富，非常的精彩。其实呢，我们2天的议程的主题呢是数位趋势之下的职业训练展望。Our 2-day forum focuses on the theme of digital trend and future forecast for vocational training. 所以呢，你可以看到我们现场的活动标题就是数位跨域迎向未来 Digital trend for the future, cross boundaries digital trend. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our viewers online, scan the QR code for your online registration and then you're eligible for the lucky draw. 线上的观众朋友，再次提醒您赶快扫描 QR code 完成线上报到的动作，同时呢，也就参加了我们今天下午的摸彩活动。摸彩的内容是我们工研院提供给大家的这个1500元的数位课程，线上的课程，数位时代、科技时代的淘金术。好的，紧接着呢 ，Andy 要向大家报告一下，我们这2天的议程呢，我们主办单位是劳动部劳动力发展署。Ladies and gentlemen, our 2-day forum, this wonderful event has been organized by the Workforce Development Agency under the Ministry of Labor. So thank you so much to our host and our organizer. Now, for the day 2 agenda, I would like to tell you that we have speakers from Germany, we have speakers from UK, we have speakers from AWS, which is Amazon Web Service. So our day 2 forum is as enriched as day 1. 我们第2天的议程呢，有来自于德国、英国的讲者，还有 AWS 的讲者 Amazon Web Service。所以呢，内容和第1天一样 ，very very enriched， 非常的丰富，非常的精彩。事实上呢，我们第2天的主题呢，会是专注于讨论未来数位跨域人才之创新培育。Our day 2 focus is especially on the innovation of interdisciplinary talent cultivation for the future digital trends. Now, I would like to take some time now to introduce our VIP guests. 在座的各位贵宾和大家稍微挥手致意一下，那么也请大家一定要给予热情的掌声。来，首先为大家介绍的是我们主办单位，我们的主人，我们热烈掌声，我们来欢迎劳动部劳动力发展署训练发展组组长沈文丽，沈组长莅临，掌声欢迎，组长好。This is Training and Development Division of Workforce Development Agency, Director Madame Shen Wenli. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming also our VIP guest. 我们掌声欢迎台湾亚马逊网络服务有限公司资深商业开发经理朱自庆经理，掌声欢迎。Please welcome Amazon Web Service Taiwan Limited Senior Business Development Manager Mr. Brian Zhu. Thank you so much for joining us. 同时呢，我们也欢迎缪斯有限公司首席营运顾问蔡喜涛蔡顾问，掌声欢迎蔡院长。NewestMedia.com Chief Consultant for Operations Mr. 蔡喜涛. Thank you for joining us. Now, Andy would like to now introduce our speakers for today. Let's take a look at our speakers for today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 我们今天的讲者呢，当然有包含了我们朱自庆经理 and our speakers include Jane Roxworthy. Jane Roxworthy is the Executive Director, People First International, member of the UK Skills Federation UK. And also our speakers includes Kate Tetley, the International Manager, from People First International, member of the UK Skills Federation UK, and also our speaker includes Werner Meurer. Mr. Werner Meurer is Managing Director of Highwind GmbH, Germany. And last but not least is Mr. Yubel Wong, who is the Research Assistant and Staff of Professor Inge Ender from Department DIK of Technische Universität Darmstadt from Germany. 好的，当然也要欢迎线上的观众朋友您参与我们今天的 Day 2 Forum of 2021 Vocational Training and International Seminar。那么紧接着呢 ，Andy 就要请到的是我们主办单位，我们主人来为我们致辞。我们再次以热烈掌声，我们来恭请劳动部劳动力发展署训练发展组沈文丽组长来为我们致开幕词。恭请沈组长，组长请。Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming Training and Development Division Director, Madame Shen Wenli.
大家好。Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome and thank you for joining us today online and on site. First of all, I would like to welcome Brian Chu, Senior Business Development Manager of AWS Web Service to be here with us. Thank you. And later on, we will have experts from the UK Skill Federation, Taiwan Technologies, and the Technical University of Darmstadt from Germany to join us online. Yesterday, the first day of the event, we invited experts from Singapore, Australia, and Belgium to exchange views on the challenges of vocational education and training in the post-COVID-19 eras. In response to the challenge of digital trend, our distinguished guests share many valuable vocational training prospects and experiences, which inspire us with different ways and made this event more fruitful. Based on the Smart Taiwan program conducted by the executive yuan in Taiwan, we embrace the ABC digital economy era by actively application of artificial intelligence, AI, big data, and the cloud technology. Following the future outlook yesterday, today we will focus on the innovative cultivation of cross-domain digital talents. We are honored to invite the AWS in Taiwan to share valuable experience of how to upgrade industry by introduce cloud services and architectures. The WDA, Workforce Development Agency, Ministry of Labor in Taiwan conduct diversity vocational training programs. In addition to integrating domestic private sectors, we also actively cooperating with international partners. Recently, we hold the Train the Trainer project to enhance the vocational training capacity on cloud skills for training more cloud talents we need. Driven by the application of artificial intelligence technology, digital transformation has also continued ferment in various industries. Tech manufacturing as an example, in recent years, many countries have actively promoted policies such as Industry 4.0, aiming to integrate new technologies. In order to enhance the competitiveness of industry, the demand for cross-domain digital talents has also arisen accordingly. Due to the need of Taiwan's industry, the vocational training held by the WTA is highly focused on the industry talents and provide stable manpower required for the industry every year. Furthermore, we conduct several youth apprentice programs, jointly cultivate talent programs with private sectors, such as the dual system of vocational training project in Taiwan and the Youth Employment Ultimate Program, which create more than 95% of employment rate after training, which is very good. This afternoon, we will invite the General Manager of High-Wing Technologies German to take their own business as an example of the German dual education system to show us how to build a complete talent cultivation map step by step. We also have experts from Technical University of Darmstadt will share with us how to make full use of ICT, industrial, IoT, and other digital technologies to create new opportunities for the future vocational training. In the end, Mr. Cai Xitao, who is there, consult of Morris Media, will hold a panel discussion with those wonderful guests. We look forward to opening new opportunities for cooperation with cultivate of talents. Finally, my best wishes to all of the distinguished guests online and on-site. Also, a very fruitful and successful event today as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our applause to thank Madame Shen, our Director of WDA Training and Development Division. Thank you so much for the wonderful opening remarks. Thank you. 我们再次热烈的掌声感谢沈组长，谢谢，谢谢沈组长。恭请组长请入座。Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to start our day 2, and now let's take a small recap of day 1. Now, day 1, we talked about vocational education, training, imperatives, and challenges of the post-pandemic era. We also talked about new skills for a new world. We also talked about the innovation and transformation of vocational education and training for the changing future. Now, in day 1, our panel discussion discussed the topic of the challenges, innovation, and transformation for vocational education and training in the future. That was day 1. That was a short recap. Now, moving on to day 2, first thing in the morning, we have a thematic speech. This is going to be on the topic of enhancing digital skills in the cloud and seize transformational opportunities. Now, our speaker is from AWS. He's a very handsome man and has expertise in many fields. He has over 22 years of public service working experience, but he still looks very young. And he has 8 years of telecommunications and information skills training. And since the year 2019, he has been with AWS, working at AWS as a senior development business manager, promoting cloud computing and digital transformation service for the government, for schools, and non-profit organizations. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us welcome, also with our applause, please, Senior Business Development Manager of AWS, Mr. Brian Chu. Brian.
Thank you. 首先感谢组长、院长，还有
I would like to thank Director Shen and also distinguished guests for organizing these international seminar. I'm honored to have this opportunity to share with you what has been done
This is my honor and
AWS.
Great opportunity to share what we saw in transformation, and especially after the pandemic. We know we also impacted by COVID-19, the pandemic, but I found something more interesting about the training and also the skill enabling. So this is my honor to share our awareness today. So let's start it. 我今天跟大家介绍的最主要是要分享我们在
Today, I will share with you what has been observed in the industry from the perspective of AWS. All the crisis is also the opportunities. So I said the topic of my presentation is enhancing digital skills in the cloud and seize transformational opportunities, including individuals and enterprises. Next page. This is the agenda of my presentation. Next page. AWS, a very short introduction to AWS. You can see we have a very similar mark of the Amazon. We are a member of AWS. Since 2006, we have been part of Amazon, and we contribute 20 to 30% of the revenues to Amazon. What we are doing is to provide a cloud computing platform, integrating IT resources along with digital transformation, we are using more and more cloud-based services. What are we observing? Next page, please. This is a survey in Europe. You can see that the comparison between 2019 and 2020, the unemployment rate of Brazil rising from 11.9% to 13.4%. The United States from 3.7% to 8.9%. Due to the pandemic COVID-19, however, that's only part of the reason. Even bigger reason is that enterprises are engaged in digital transformation. Companies are working on raising efficiency and modifying their business models. Human resources are still required, but the key actually lies in the differences in skill sets. This is the statistics from IDC, the Futurescape. You can see that 75% of the enterprises believe that they will have comprehensive digital transformation implementation roadmaps by 2023. So digital transformation is indispensable to trend. This is something enterprises need to do. In Taiwan, also in other countries across the world, you can see that we are seeing the digital native culture. Or we have seen these also contributed the development of digital businesses. We actually work with Appeal and Gogoro in Taiwan. Then 2 unicorns in Taiwan. Their digital native culture is on the cloud. So they do not face any constraint the traditional companies have. Next page, the biggest challenges and opportunities. 70% of the organization, including the government agency and the business, say that they all want to pursue digital transformation. But 63% of them say they are lacking skills and experiences, which is a barrier for them to move to the cloud. That include the skills and also the capabilities of the enterprises. For those people working on the C-suite, they are really worried. What constitutes the barrier is not the future prospect. The barrier is the corporate culture and also the skill sets of their employees. And 35% of the companies, especially public sector organizations, believe that they want to invest more and need to invest more in digital skills development. As I said earlier, it is not because of COVID. The transformation is accelerated by COVID. Next page. From 2019, we have seen this trend. For example, collaborative robots, industrial IoT, which has been introduced to the operation of the enterprises. So we talked about Industry 4.0. And in 2021, we talked about the metaverse and also the cyber physical system and the digital twins. We need to think out of the box. We need to break the traditional boundaries so that we can accomplish cyber physical systems. All these are the future technological trends. What customers tell AWS, they told us that number one, they need to and will accelerate their business transformation initiatives, including architecture, platform, and the business model. And also, there's a gap in terms of skill set they have and they need to have. Especially, you can look at the vacancy in the biggest job bank, 104. You use AWS to search. Actually, we have more than 3,000 vacancies. The major reason is that enterprises really need good people to accomplish a transformation, especially for the cloud practitioners. And the next point they told us is security and compliance, especially cloud security and compliance. The need lies in the good supervision and governance on the security. Security is the area customers worry about when they want to move to the cloud. Last but not least, they also want to and need to innovate quickly by taking new measures and with the help of new talent to help them continue the path of innovation. The biggest barrier actually lies in the skill set, as I said earlier. The pandemic is now the biggest barrier for them to pursue the path to the cloud. For the meta universe, they really need to have the good human resources, good skill sets. So it is very timely for us to talk about this issue. Next page. Well, there's 87% of the gap in terms of the cloud skill set. This is the views of executives. They say that they were experiencing the skill gaps in the workforce or expected them that within a few years. That means companies need to reskill and upskill their workforce to deliver new business models in the post-pandemic era. Reskill and upskill is something the enterprises need to provide for their employees. Next page. I will provide you with some solid statistics to demonstrate the skill gap. You can see that today on LinkedIn, there are 264,000 cloud-related vacancies posted globally. 20% of the vacancies are posted in Asia and the Middle East. And of these vacancies, 50% are the globally cloud-related vacancies requiring AWS, and 12% are cloud-related vacancies posted in Asia and the Middle East and requiring AWS skills. In 2019, Taiwan's National Development Council also published these numbers. More than 4,100 unique job postings in Taiwan requiring cloud computing skills. And 50% of the unique job posting in Taiwan requiring cloud computing skills request AWS skills. Yesterday, we talked to Taiwan's Thai Power company, and we organized a very big symposium to discuss using cloud and the digital skills for their management. So innovation does not only provide benefits for small and medium-sized enterprises. Innovation provide even bigger benefits for the big corporations such as TBC. Japan is a good example. While they now have the government cloud, they also utilizing AWS technology to enhance the government efficiency. That this is also one of the future trends. Laborers are more concerned about the salary levels. This is the International IT Skills and Salary Report 2020. AWS provides values, for example, Cisco or Microsoft certification. That means that the certification of the skill sets, and we'll issue AWS certification. And we work with Fengjia University. One student study in the business management department, and that person also joined the new workforce training. They received the AWS training. The student graduated from the university, and the monthly salary is around 45,000 to 50,000. And this is considered very high salary level for those who just graduate from university. So AWS training certification is a very complete system for the entry-level, assistant, professionals, and also different competency. For example, data scientists, expertise, and also data analytics professionals. So with the training of AWS, the salary level will be raised. Next page. So in terms of learning, there will be two types of skills, technical skills and professional skills. Technical skills include cloud computing, how to analyze these applications, how to build the application, and data analytics, mobile and IoT development, digital and cloud security. The other type is the professional skills, the comfort with remote management, data-driven decision-making, and solution building, etc. Next page. How can AWS help enterprises or labor force to access training? AWS has adopted a role-based learning path specific to different roles and different individuals. For those free online training resources, including those provided by the government, are very acceptable. Therefore, workers, the question is, how can they select those resources that they really need? So you have to go back to what role this person is playing in the organization. We have 3 different types of certifications specific to different roles to prove the competency of one individual. And this is a global certification system. Especially for education, we provide free platforms for students to learn AWS skills when they are still studying in school. And today, I'm very happy that we have extended our resources and collaboration to this training and development division of the WDA, Workforce Development Agency. Next page. I talked about role-based learning paths. 5 different pathways. The first is cloud practitioners. This is the entry level to learn about the cloud fundamentals and the best practices. The second path is architect to learn the design highly available system. This is something enterprises really need and lack. The third path is the developer. To learn to develop an application for the cloud using AWS resources. The fourth path is the operation. That means you have the AWS platform and you want to learn to automate application, network, system, and optimization. If you are still studying in school, I think you really need to learn AWS skills to become data analytics specialist or data scientist, because these two roles are the most hard sought after roles in the industry. If you want to pursue a more professional careers, so the data analytics and data scientists are the two roles you want to pursue. What courses are we providing? You actually can use AWS training, and you will access a lot of free on-demand online courses. Amid the pandemic, we actually provide these online courses on the internet free of charge, and with Chinese or English proficiency, that you can access these training resources.
So there's one project we work together with WDA in the school. We also have an education platform to share with the students. So for online self-learning, and so we provide this is a low entry barrier, the learning competition. So for the high school student can also enter this system. So you can see that the high school students, they are very active to develop such a learning skill. Next slide. So therefore, at the moment, what we are doing is that we provide services that they can reach the in-house training for the business sector. Secondly, we also work together with WDA or from the local county or city government to have the partnership that is for the civil servants. We would like to provide certain support to occupational skill. So our partner can also organize certain certification programs. Next. At the same time, on top of that, we organize the courses and deployment. So we also work together with our customers, so-called the partners, to co-develop online learning platform. That part has been very active during the COVID-19 pandemic. People work at home. You don't need to go to the physical class to learn new skills. So the learning will not be jeopardized by the COVID-19. Especially focus on the campus. I want to highlight that in the campus, in the past, AWS have spent a lot of efforts to build up the foundation. At the moment, there are 78 78 schools join us. About 36 already joined the courses in the campus. And to apply that, so for many students, they have that kind of capacity. We want to further extend the program with WDA to the laborers, to the job market. And so that's our direction and the future trend. So this is this year we work together with Taichung City Government to have some training through the collaboration with Fongjia University to provide the AWS resources to the local students. So we are very delighted to see that this part last month we have very fruitful result. We have trained the local students in Taichung to obtain the national cloud sections competition. The first prize and the second prize are students from Taichung. So in the future, we will have the rooted program and the horizontal extension to broaden the horizon of the collaboration between the educational or academic sector and the school education system. So last but not least, the resources we offer in the AWS Academy program. If you are students, you are very welcome to participate in this program, especially for the partner and in the business sector. We also provide the relevant trainings. If you want to make any transition, that we have consultants to help you to make transformation. So to help you to organize the necessary skills and as well as talents to help the business sector to transform and identify a clear direction in the future. This complete my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian, for your wonderful sharing. Thank you, Brian. Brian, if you have time, could we ask you a couple of questions, please? Thank you. You can answer in Mandarin because we have simultaneous interpreters. I must speak English for our online viewers. Brian, I have two questions for you right here. These are from our YouTube viewers. It is about, of course, AWS. Now, Brian, with AWS experience, how do you plan and how do you execute if an enterprise wants to improve its internal cloud service technology? Brian.
All
right, first question regarding how to help or organize a business sector cooperation to build up to fill up that gap. So first, I suggest that you need to identify what is the gap, and then you need to, if you want to go through the digital transformation to advance your cost, efficiency, service quality, as well as to create a new service. That's something I think during this our support, I need you to answer these questions because we need to know your demand, and because I don't like just to tell the customer. So you need to do some kind of transformation. We need to understand what you really need. So I suggest that you can go back and with regard to your structures to identify what you need, what kind of the goal you want to achieve during the digital transformation. For example, cut down the cost or penetrate the new market. That's the first step. The second is regarding your talents demands. Regard to current structure, what kind of talent you need? So do you need the framework or need the operation or you need the development? That's the second part. The third part is that you probably can communicate with AWS. We will help you to design relevant the training course to help you to nurture the talent. So those three steps is something I need you to do. First is that to review what kind of gap you need, and then secondly, you need to talk to your staff to see what kind of skills you need, what kind of talent you need. Thirdly, so we will make necessary assessments to help you to transform or utilize the cloud service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. So the enterprise must know what to transform before coming for your transformation planning. Thank you very much for your answer, Brian. So, Brian, the second question is, AWS provides skills learning paths for occupation. We all know that. Wonderful service. AWS provides skills learning paths. Now, roughly, how many options are there of vocational skills that you can provide?
Well, with regard to the individual career development as well as you seek your career objective, the first thing you need to know, I mean, from the personal aspect, what I've mentioned in the past is from the business perspective. From individual side, you need to know how to learn, what kind of course you want to learn from AWS. As what I mentioned earlier for the business, first of all, from the individual, for the labor, you need to ask yourself what kind of role you want to play. Normally, we will have 4 different types of roles. First one is decision maker. That is perhaps you are director of the operation. If you need to understand the cloud, you need to transform. That's a decision making. Secondly, what kind of how I can apply the AWS. That is structure. That is the most important. That is most highly demanded. You are an organizer. You need to understand how to apply the AWS. That is a structure role. The third, normally is that people want to transform is that from a developer's perspective. That originally you use the land system, but now you need to develop through the cloud. So with that, you would extend to your skill from the ground, plus the cloud format. Then actually you can enhance your skills. But the criteria is that you have the existing capacity. The fourth is operation. Operation means that now I develop a system. So with that, what they need is experience, and you need to know how to optimize your structure, how to make the system better or stable. So when you select the AWS courses, you have to review those four aspects. So if you want to be a decision maker, you are a manager, or you want to become a structure organizer or architect. And the third, if you are a developer, then you transform from the ground development to go to the cloud, or the last one is you need to have the structure optimization or operation. So provide those direction for the laborers to make a reference consideration. If you have a clear objectives, you can make the best use of AWS resource. We have many information to provide.
谢谢 Brian。先设定好你学习的目标，再来学习。
You need to set up
AWS
the
provides
objective.
wonderful service both for the business and for individuals. Thank you so much, Brian. Ladies and gentlemen, 我们再次给 Brian 一次热烈的掌声。Thank you. Brian is the Senior Business Development Manager of AWS. That was a wonderful sharing about the topic of enhanced digital skills in the cloud and to seize transformational opportunities, both for companies and for individuals. Now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next topic. This is the topic about the importance of public and private partnerships to strengthen national skills and TVET systems, and why we should cultivate talent for future digital trends. Now, to share with us on this topic, we have two beautiful ladies. Now, I would like to introduce our two beautiful next speakers. They are Jane Roxworthy and Kate Tetley. Now, some background of Jane first. Jane is a fellow of the Institute of Leadership and Management and the CIPD. Now, she's a senior leader in strategic business development, leading on skills policy, solutions, and services in the technical vocational education in the UK, and of course, also internationally in over 40 countries. Now, Jane is a learning and development professional with over 15 years of experience and a history of achievement in leadership, new educational business startups, strategic partnership project management, and training design and delivery. Now, I've mentioned two speakers, right? The other speaker is Kate Tetley. Kate Tetley, she has many expertise and a wonderful background. Kate is a senior manager and expert in vocational education with wide experience in workforce strategy on international, regional, national, and local basis. Now, Kate is also involved in strategic operations such as engaging in the national policy platforms and setting up sector skills organizations. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have two speakers, Jane Roxworthy and Kate Tetley. Jane is the Executive Director of People First International, member of the UK Skills Federation of UK, and Kate Tetley, she's the International Manager of People First International, member of the UK Skills Federation from UK. So, on this topic, once again, the topic is the importance of public and private partnerships to strengthen national skills and TVET systems and why we should cultivate talent for future digital trends. To share with us, we have both Jane and Kate. Please.
I'm delighted, and my name's Jane Rexley. I'm absolutely delighted to be here presenting to you today on the importance of public-private partnerships to strengthen national skills and TVET systems, and also why we should cultivate talent for future digital trends. So I'm delighted to be here, especially because People First International, which is my organisation, firmly believe in the importance of public-private partnerships and how they play a critical role in strengthening national skills and TVET. My colleague Kate will also share, as part of this presentation, the importance of digital in TVET to meet industry needs. So public-private partnerships are absolutely critical in strengthening national skills and TVET. In the UK, we have a system that has run for over 50 years in different guises to provide industry engagement in skills. The last 19 years, this has been under the model of the sector skills councils. Importantly, we are industry-led. Everything we do is because industry has asked for it. And to support us in that, we've established industry association partnerships and run employer boards in the subsectors of our industry. We play a key role in facilitating the skills dialogue between industry and employers and TVET providers. Our functions are to develop policy from clear labour market intelligence and labour insights, and then to develop the national occupational standards and apprenticeship frameworks. And to do that, we work closely with our own and other awarding organisations. We also provide assessment, certification and accreditation. And in effect, we hide the wiring and provide a conduit for this engagement to take place with our industries, government and TVET. So just to set the scene, I wanted to share with you just how does it all come together in the UK? So we are part of a network of sector skills councils and also a member of the UK Skills Federation, which is how we respond internationally. And we work in around 40 different countries across the world. Now, our network of sector skills councils, and we have 16 in the UK, along with our national skills academies, who operate independently and also are linked to sector skills councils, work together. And we cover over 90% of industry in the UK, providing a really solid approach to skills for our industries. And so one of the outputs of the sector skills councils was the establishment of the national skills academies. And in that, we were able to provide very localised and regional and national skills. And again, demand-led solutions. So industry is literally at the heart of everything we do. So why doesn't it always work, and how can we make it better? Well, employers engage with and influence the skills system in a variety of ways. Through the sector skills councils, our employer boards and partnerships, through the reform of skills frameworks, and in the UK, that's been very closely linked to the apprenticeships. We also have employer representative bodies, and they influence on a local, regional and national level. We'll also get our employers to be involved in the delivery through a number of different ways, employing apprentices, for example, internships and traineeships. They also input into curriculum with TVET. They provide professional practice and work-based learning, providing mentoring as well, and quite importantly, provide equipment, and this really supports our TVET institutions. Because many of our TVET institutions, not just in the UK, but we see this globally in all the countries that we work in, struggle to get the equipment that they need to run industry-led up-to-the-minute programs. And so engagement with employers can resolve this by the employers providing some of those learning practice environments. So many TVET institutions also do not have the teachers with the industry experience. And that's where industry comes in to provide professional practice for our teachers as well, giving them the CPD they need to stay current and up to date with what's happening in industry. They can also support with industry insight and in the development of curriculum, delivering masterclasses and providing robust practice for young people in the workplace. They can also provide projects, and certainly through the pandemic, that has been really important to get students where they can't enter into the workplace engaged in projects that support the industry. Entrepreneurial skills are another really important factor that industry can bring into TVET. Entrepreneurial skills are really needed for teaching for industries where self-employment is a good option at the end of someone's study. So when someone is technically qualified, the industry can provide some of those incubator units, live training environments to really support that young person in considering how they might progress. We've talked a little bit about developing curriculum, and that's really important to embed the employability skills, which are critical factors. Industry is renowned for saying that TVET doesn't provide work-ready young people, and that's something that can be addressed through building and embedding those employability skills into TVET, and industry is best placed to advise on that. And some of those skills we hear a lot about: resilience, attitude, problem solving, critical thinking, orientation to work, teamwork skills, communication. And without these, our young people are very unlikely to stay or progress in their chosen career. And I think really importantly, industry also sets the direction for professional recognition. And our new national certificate in airside operations is a really good example of that, where industry has driven this, and it's been developed to meet the industry demands, meet regulatory demands, and is created with recognisable transferable skills across the industry. And again, that's a really important factor for industry. So when we get it right, employers stay engaged, and they're able to recruit its workforce and retrain and train its existing employees. And one of the things that we know is industry is not 9 to 5. It's not in school term times. It requires a responsive blended learning offer that supports entry and also, very importantly, lifelong learning. And the best TVET providers recognise this and respond to industry needs and support and tailor the learner's journey. So we have a number of solutions that we use in the UK, but also elsewhere in the world. And I think it's just fair to say that most industries have had global mass disruption as a consequence of the pandemic. For many industries, the workforce has been in and out of work and has been made redundant and is now no longer available as that industry gets going again. So there's been some really difficult challenges. In the visitor economy, for example, the industry has had to embrace a whole new set of technology in digital, with QR codes for restaurant menus to online ordering in retail and e-learning. It's also had to apply new keeping your customer safe standards to correspond to the needs of the pandemic. And finally, just as an example in this industry, it has new jobs that have been created: customer success representatives, customer liaison in restaurants to support the customers that are coming in who have new ideas as to how they want to be treated and kept safe due to the pandemic. We have new logistics challenges and new types of business that's grown up, and our e-tailing in our retail sector has grown extraordinarily across the world, creating the need for warehousing and logistics in most countries. So to help industry, we've had to identify new ways to help. And one of those is to do much quicker rapid response research to really address the initial and immediate demands of the industry. And a perfect example of this is where industries such as the visitor economy have come together to provide new work opportunities, where transferable skills have been applied, where retailers and hospitality workers have moved into other industries such as logistics, warehousing, driving, call centres. So collaboration, again, the importance of public-private partnership. None of this could have been done without the industry engaged, and providing that conduit for industry to engage with government and TVET is absolutely critical. And when we look at skills solutions, for youth and women who have been especially impacted in the workplace as a result of a pandemic across the world, blended learning, driving learning into the new age, reducing time off the job, creating new opportunities, such as we have in the UK, where we have a new programme to engage youth straight into the workplace to give them the experiences they need. In Palestine, for example, we've been working with Enable and other organisations and governmental organisations and industry and TVET to provide a new skills development fund blueprint model. And we can be practical, and we need to provide responsive solutions. So changing the way of delivering skills solutions through blended learning, flexible learning, supporting TVET in providing the industry demand-led skills is really important. And in that way, we do the development of technical and vocational skills training models, which provide those transferable skills and knowledge and enable progression. We also create high quality standards and curriculum for workplace skills training and teacher training using technology and competency-based curriculum, along with certification and accreditation to recognise the learning, modularised learning, long-term programmes that are qualifications to support the needs of the learner and the industry. So this slide is just, I wanted to bring this up, not to kind of, to turn things completely on its head, but I wanted to share with you what a recent study that we undertook this summer has showed in what youth are looking for when they undertake their studies. They want excellent work-life balance. They want to know that they're going to be paid for the job they're doing. And I think really critically, they want to be able to continue their learning and development. So they want to have the experiences and the knowledge to be able to do their job effectively. They also, when they're in the workplace, and this is something we can share with employers, they want respect, they want to be listened to. And they again said, importantly, please continue developing our skills. And I think, again, we see that as being a critical message to TVET. This is not just for entry point and young people, this is for lifelong learning. So no surprises in that study. We undertook that in Asia, Latin America and the UK, asking students from various different courses what it was they were looking for. So what I'd like to do now is just to share some examples of how this works. And I'm giving examples that we've been involved in and are running ourselves in the UK and also internationally. So this is an example of good public-private partnership where we have an aviation employer board. And for many years, this has been seen as really, really important. And the remit of the aviation board is to ensure that the industry has access to high quality, relevant training. And to do this, the board members work together to communicate with, inform, and also influence policymakers in relation to skills. They determine the strategic decisions on the creation and evaluation of apprenticeships, for example. They drive the quality of apprenticeships in aviation, ensuring they remain fit for purpose for all stakeholders. They develop and oversee industry apprenticeship standards. They have developed most recently a national certificate to recognise compliance with EU aviation regulations, and I mentioned that earlier. They also develop and oversee national occupational standards and a professional standard. And I think one of the big outputs for the aviation board that we work very closely with in the UK is their recent development of their apprenticeship standards, and one for pilots. In the past, this has been an industry that has been typically taken up by individuals who've had the funding behind them to fund their training to become a pilot. This opens it out and enables other individuals to join the industry and to be an apprentice with a number of our airline companies. So in the UK, to give you another example of the work that we are doing, we have created our apprenticeship frameworks. Each apprenticeship has standards, an assessment plan, and these are completely developed by the employer groups for a specific occupational role, and then they're approved by government. And this again supports the industry in making sure that its voice is heard. And we as a Sector Skills Council in the UK support the industry in doing that. And they're a great example of public-private partnerships in TVET. And so our employer-led apprenticeship boards have a number of areas that we ask them to focus on. The boards look at each individual sector and the subsector. They form the quality assurance that's required and are responsible to the Institute for Apprenticeships and Technical Education. So therefore, they're responding back to government in making sure that we have equality standards. We also have employer specialist groups for particular subsectors of the industry. And we, as a Sector Skills Council, provide the EQA, the End Quality Assurance, for all apprenticeships in our industry. Now, this is a little bit closer to home for you, and I just wanted to share this particular slide to share how great public-private partnership can work. In 2018, we started working actually with one of the largest construction industries in the Philippines to support them in developing a middle management program that was much needed to ensure retention and growth of a workforce. And so starting that work, it became quickly obvious that other partners needed to be involved. And the Philippine Constructors Association jumped into that role very, very quickly. And they have supported the industry and working closely with government to develop these new programs to support the middle management and supervisory levels in construction. And it really sat alongside the Philippine government's agenda for the Build, Build, Build growth program. With over 60 large build projects in the country, it was really important to build this workforce. And we as an organisation were appointed to support them in developing and quality assuring a fit-for-purpose management training program. And that consisted of train the trainer, site supervisor, and trade supervisor. And what's the impact of that? Well, that's a few years on now. And yes, we've had the pandemic, but actually what we have seen is that the learners have seen improved skills. It's being recognised by the business that they have a greater ability to influence their colleagues, retain their workforce, gain better job satisfaction, and also look for progression within the industry. The trainers have been not just from TVET sector, but also from industry itself. And that's been a really interesting model where they've all been trained to deliver this programme and also undertake the assessment. And what do the employers say? Well, they can see that they are already recognising reduced costs in staff turnover, better quality and safety within their businesses. And the association itself can see that this is a scalable, sustainable programme. And in fact, PCA have developed a much broader offer to encompass other programmes, learning from the one that they started with this supervisory. And very importantly, the government has recognised this as a gold standard for TVET in the Philippines. So again, that partnership coming together, working together to provide solutions is a great example. And then very finally, my last slide for you is to share with you another example that we saw of great public-private partnership. In Jordan, which had recently set up its Sector Skills Council in Tourism and Hospitality, was very keen to develop a solution for the industry as it came out of lockdown. And in doing that, we worked and undertook rapid response with the industry to recognise what it immediately needed for that recovery. And we created this roadmap made up of 4 stages. The first stage was dealt with really quickly and required some safe operating guidance and business readiness programs, which were in the form of e-learning, which was created to support the industry. And in the first 3 months, over 8,000 individuals that worked in the hospitality and tourism went through that program to be able to open their doors safely after the first lockdown. Then it was looking at the upskilling and resilience of the management. And with that, a number of short programs have been created to support the industry in reopening. We also have developed the current workforce and have supported the industry in providing more modularized programs that can be delivered using digital skills, and also developing the skills of businesses who have found themselves selling and marketing online rather than their more typical way that they would have done in the past. And then fourthly, this is the area that they're working on right now, developing together the pathways, the talent pathways, to maximise opportunities for young people. And in doing that, they have recently created a job portal. And that's with government support, with industry support, with the training providers working together to do that. So that's just sharing with you, hopefully, a few examples, and I really appreciate your listening, and thank you for inviting me. And I would like now to pass you to my colleague Kate, that's going to talk through the importance of the digital trends that are coming about now and in the future. Over to you, Kate.
Thank you, Jane. So if we move on to the next slide, what I wanted to talk about here was cultivating talent for future digital skills. Now, there's really several questions contained within this title. What does talent management mean for your business, maybe for your child, for your organization, for your community? How can we cultivate and grow that talent effectively? What do we do now, and how can we improve? And what are the future digital skills that we need? How do we articulate this and address skills gaps and match the skills to that need? We're going to look at 4 areas: talent, talent management, future digital skills, and cultivation. First of all, talent. How do you define it for your business or for your team? Take a moment to reflect on that. It might be a certain attitude or ambition that you are looking for. It might be commitment combined with confidence, plus the aptitude, which can be knowledge, skills, and experience. For digital skills, this picture suggests a person competent and confident in the range and use of tools, applications, and processes. So let's move to the next point, talent management. One of the most important elements to have in place is a human resource management process that coordinates and delivers key activities within an organisational framework. These can be basic, particularly if it is a small family-owned business, but being able to describe the job role and the progression opportunities will be critical. Having a method to recognise achievements and to measure progress will aid business growth and demonstrate impact. This in turn enables cost-benefit analysis to be applied to any training or development provided. We have identified 4 practical areas for implementing a system of talent management: job profiles, which you can articulate and identify; progression pathways, vertical, horizontal, and transversal, where you're moving from one sector business to another, or in and out of self-employment, for example. The recognition of learning, competencies, and experience. This is about professionalization of your roles and how you recognize that professional achievement. And measurement through appraisal systems that are linked to development, promotion, training plans, support for innovative ideas. All of these apply to your digital skills arena as much as they do to anything else. It's not rocket science, it's just practical processes to put in place a conducive ecosystem for talent growth. So let us move to slide 3, to the next slide. So what does international experience tell us? Embedding digital skills as a core skill is very effective. Design or adopt an appropriate digital framework. Reflect digital skills in all your job profiles and reskill your existing workforce so that you can pivot in terms of business or individual growth. 2 key words are important in the articulation of what digital skills are required, whether on a regional or national level. These are standardization and quality. For local, institutional or business level implementation, we can also add flexibility, relevance, and accessibility and inclusivity. All of these things are important when we are looking at embedding those digital skills, adopting those frameworks, reflecting those skills in sector job profiles, or providing opportunities to existing workforces. So what is required in order to cultivate talent? Well, in our experience, we see the need for policy level frameworks and for quality standards. And this underpins your consistency, your standardization, your quality assurance, and your key performance indicators. We need industry demand to be articulated, and this needs to be evidenced by labour market intelligence, by benchmarking, by growth projections, and it's very useful to look at those on a sector and subsector level, to look at where your growth is in specific regions for digital skills. Are there specific products and services that digital skills require? And having realistic employment and progression opportunities which enable those digital skills are very important. We need demand-driven solutions at a local level as well, because this provides flexibility and it underpins modular and online learning solutions which are relevant and fit for purpose for those specific businesses requiring them. We need to be able to recognise talent in any individual, whoever they are, and by making that inclusive, we make that possible. So let's look at a couple of examples. We have an example from the ILO, the International Labour Organization, and this is a global framework on core skills for life and work in the 21st century. So this brings together 4 groups of core skills. As you can see, this is social and emotional skills, cognitive and metacognitive skills, the basic skills for green jobs, and the basic digital skills. And the ILO have provided a very useful framework here, which enables you to set your skills within that core skills environment to move forwards. These ones are basic digital skills, as you'll see. They are basic hardware, basic software, and operating in an online environment. But in our experience, these basic entry-level digital skills are absolutely critical and the ones that employers are asking for. There are, of course, jobs that need a whole range and level of skills. And if you look at our next slide, we have been involved with the project called the Next Tourism Generation, which has been running across 8 countries in Europe. And this was specifically within tourism, but it was looking at higher level educational outcomes, not just in digital, but also in green and social skills. But we can present you here the matrix that showed the digital skills at different levels, and to show how this then provides the tools for both education and learning providers to implement, and the resources for you to use within a business. So these lay out the competencies required, and they lay out the learning outcomes that are required. So these are some simple examples of where frameworks have been used to bring together those digital skills and to help you to cultivate that talent management in your businesses. So thank you very much, and I'm very pleased that you were able to join us today and listen to our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to our two wonderful speakers, both Jane and Kate. This is a joint presentation on the topic of the importance of public-private partnerships to strengthen national skills and TVET systems, and why we should cultivate talent for future digital trends. Of course, we should cultivate talents. Now, a wonderful presentation. I would like to just take some time to recap this wonderful presentation for our viewers. And so please bear with me for just a little while, taking some time, of course. We talked about the Workforce Development Trust, and of course, the organization People First International, who puts people first. Wonderful organization. And both Jane and Kate also talked about the UK Sector Skills Council and UKSF, 16 Sector Skills Council, 16 of them. Wonderful, servicing a lot of people in a lot of organizations. And we've also talked about the importance of industry focus. Employer demand-led skill systems was also covered by both Jane and Kate. And we talked about the solutions of UKSSC solutions, to be exact, and how to support the industry and how the organization of TVET meets the future skills needs. We also talked about supporting industry to recognize the workforce needs. Of course, we cater to the workforce, we train the workforce. And we also talked about some examples, which are, including the following examples: Aviation Employer Board, and we also talked about the apprenticeships in UK, and we also talked about the employer-led apprenticeship boards. We also had another example, the Philippine Constructor Association. That was a wonderful example. We've also talked about the impact of the PSA project. We talked about industry roadmaps for transforming skills. We also covered the issue of cultivating talents for future digital skills. And of course, talent management. How do we manage talents? Okay, that's a very important issue. We also covered the issue of future digital skills and cultivation, implementing talent management. We covered global framework on core skills for life and work in the 21st century. That is a wonderful example covered by Jane and Kate. Other examples including basic digital skills, ILO, and of course, plannings and resources for the digital trend, the digital era. Wonderful presentation. Now, Jane and Kate, I have some questions over here. They are from our YouTube viewers who left their comments in Mandarin, and we've translated it into English. Now, the first question is, after COVID-19, what is the change of the UK TVET system? In Mandarin, it is 就是在新冠疫情之后呢，后疫情的时代，英国的 TVET system 有如何的一个产生相关的变化？ Question number 2, the training of digital interdisciplinary talent 如何训练数位的跨域人才啊？这个重点是在跨域上。And also the challenges of the training of digital talents. 那么在训练数位人才的时候，遇到了什么样子一个挑战？ Okay, these are the questions, 3 questions that we have for you from our YouTube viewers. We've translated it into English text that we should show on the screen for our viewers and for our speakers, of course. So I would like to give the time now back to Jane and Kate to answer these 3 questions. Now, please answer the questions.
I'll go in first, Kate, and then perhaps you can come in after. But we've got a very good example that's happened in the UK with one of our colleges in particular, where it's a TVET institution. It's up in the north of England, and this particular college has really recognised the need for the digital skills, and it's actually built a digital school. It's an amazing facility, and what that facility offers is 5 or 6 new programs to really meet the needs of what industry is looking for. So data analysts, for example, data scientists, and roles that were typically not available in TVET institutions. And I think that's really important, because one of the things that this college has done very well in the past is engage with employers, and actually employers have driven this particular initiative. It's Barnsley College, so I'd certainly recommend for anyone that's interested in having a look, please do go onto their website and see. But I think that's a really good example of where TVET organisation has really taken on board what some of these future digital trends are going to require. And I think finally for me, before I pass to Kate, is one of the really good examples for us has been how we've had to move everything we do to virtual digital delivery. We've had to learn new skills about the way that we deliver training programs using modern technology. We've also, to support our licensed network of trainers and our TVET educators, developed a certificate in virtual training so that we can actually support others in TVET to undertake better experience when they're delivering digitally. So I think there have been some really good examples that have occurred kind of just pre and also during and post-pandemic. Kate, I don't know whether you'd like to add some examples.
Yes, I was just going to add from a technical TVET position. In the UK, our TVET is very much based on a modular, competence-based qualification framework. And so we are able to introduce new skills into existing programs and existing curricula within both colleges and work-based learning in a very easy, in a quicker way, not an easy way, but a quicker way. And so where digital skills have accelerated over the last couple of years, we've been able to write new standards, new occupational standards, which reflect more accurately the workplace and what people are being asked to do, and to turn those into educational standards with learning outcomes and certifications and resources for teachers and trainers to deliver. And that has enabled us to update TVET provision in the areas that are required urgently. So I think that that's quite an important factor as well. So in terms of talent management, we do have an apprenticeship system within the UK, which is across a number of different levels. So it's not just on an entry level. So what we do is to concentrate on how you build somebody's skills and knowledge and competencies right the way through their professional pathway. So we don't look at it as just being within one part of the education system. We look at you being able to pass from one part to another and into the workplace and out of the workplace back into education if you wish to, then back into the workplace. And an apprenticeship model can follow you all the way through that process. So with the support of your employer and with the support of your learning provider, you can identify what you need, when you need it, and how to get that training. So your professional pathway is very much articulated for you within a particular sector. But they're not just vertical pathways. We also encourage horizontal pathways so that you may wish to go back to education, or you may wish to go to another sector, because you do have similarities, particularly within digital skills. There's a lot of crossover between sectors. So we encourage young people and employers to look at talent management in that way. Jane, do you want to add to that?
No, I think that's a really good example, Kate. And I think it's just re-emphasizing perhaps that point around embedding some of the new skills. So the project that Kate mentioned and showed on her slides, which showed new standards that have been created in digital for the visitor economy, they're very easy because of the way that a toolkit has been created to support industry and TVET to take those standards, to take the example learning modules and embed those within existing program is just a really good example of how that can be delivered at every level. So right in the heart of business through organisations' own learning and development teams, or indeed through the TVET system itself. Well, I think that's I'm trying to think about that, and I'm probably the right person to ask because I'm not a digital native. I'm of that age where I didn't grow up with in the digital world, whereas our young people can find their way around any system. So I think the biggest challenge is actually the existing workforce, and I think one of the things that we've really recognised is the support to the leaders and the managers in organisations and business that have really had to adopt a lot of digital transformation in all businesses over this last 18 months. And in doing that, they've had to learn new skills, and they're not always digital natives either. And so I think that's been a real challenge. And one of the things that Kate and I have been very involved in is creating more modularized learning with TVET institutions to support that management level that needs to really adopt these new digital ways. For their younger staff, it's not a challenge, but for some of their existing staff that they have, they also need to really support them. So I think that's been particularly challenging over the last few months, and that's only going to grow. But I think we know a little bit more about it, and of course we're experiencing that ourselves with the newness of some of the digital technology that's now available. And watch out TVET, because virtual reality is becoming the next training intervention, and we're already exploring that as a sector skills council with our industry to see how you can reduce the amount of time with some of these new interventions. So that's my watch out for sort of message to leave you with.
All right, those are wonderful answers for the three questions that I've posed to Jane and Kate. And thank you so much for your wonderful answers and, of course, for your wonderful presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to lunch, I would just like to take some time to review what we covered this morning. This morning, we had Mr. Brian Chu, the Senior Business Development Manager of AWS, talking about the topic of enhanced digital skills in the cloud and seize transformational opportunities. We just had two beautiful ladies from UK. They're both from People First International. They're both members of the UK Skills Federation. They are Jane Roxworthy, the Executive Director, and Kate Tetley, the International Manager. They both covered the issue of the importance of public and private partnership to strengthen national skills and TVET systems, and why we should cultivate talent for the future digital trends. Now, after lunch, just a preview of what's coming after lunch, we have the topic of the dual education system in Germany, different paths to one's own career goals. The speaker would be Mr. Werner Möhre, the Managing Director of Highwind GmbH from Germany. And of course, another topic would be IoT and digital twin, how to enhance vocational training and the future of work. The speaker of this topic would be Mr. Yubel Wang, the research assistant and staff of Professor Dr. Ing Heine Endel from Department DIK of Technische Universität Darmstadt from Germany, of course. And after those two topics, we will have a panel discussion, just like day one, just like yesterday. The panel discussion topic would be on the issue of industrial, academic, and vocational education, training sector cooperation for future digital interdisciplinary talent. Our moderator would be Chief Consultant for Operations from Mures Media. This is Mr. Cai Xitao, our consultant. He would be our moderator. And joining this moderator in the panel discussion would be our panelists, Jane Roxworthy, Kate Tetley, Mr. Werner Möhre, and Mr. Yubel Wang. And afterwards, at the closing of day two, we will have a closing remark from our host, from our organizer. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you're hungry now because I am hungry too. Let us break for lunch. And before I let you go, 我们线上的观众朋友再次提醒大家，您赶快，如果您还没有做线上的签到动作的话，扫描 QR code 完成线上的报到动作，您也就自动进入到今天下午我们。
Once again, we'd like to remind you to scan the QR code so that you can enter the lucky draw toward the very end of our Day 2 seminar. So please scan the QR
我们
code.
1点钟回来。We come back at 1 p.m. Thank you so much. We'll see you in the afternoon. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy your lunch. We shall start in 1 minute 30 seconds. 各位现场的贵宾长官，我们预计1分半之后正式开始我们下午场的线上直播，同时也是我们第2天的下午场的2021职业训练国际论坛。如果您观众朋友现在才参与的话，赶快扫描画面上的 QR code， 做线上报动的动作。同时呢，这样子的动作完成之后，也就等同于您参加了今天下午我们大会完成之后的 Lucky Draw 摸彩活动，1500元的价值的线上课程，科技时代数位淘金术由我们工研院所提供的，谢谢大家。我们50秒之后进入到我们下午的议程，谢谢。对对对。好，各位现场的长官、各位贵宾，我们预计3分钟之内马上开场，其实是倒数2分48秒，我们马上进入到我们下午的议程。Ladies and gentlemen, if you're joining us online right now, we start officially in 2 minutes 40 seconds. Thank you so much for joining us. This is day 2 of 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. This is the afternoon session of our Day 2 on 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. 回到下午的场次呢，我们早上的部分呢，跟大家再次稍微的简单的复习一下。今天早上呢，我们 cover 的主题包含了化危机为转机，提升云端数位的技能，把握转型的契机。This morning, a short recap, we've covered the issues of enhancing digital skills in the cloud, and also seizing the transformational opportunities. It's very important to seize opportunities in the post-pandemic era because this is a transformation, and that if we don't seize it, we miss the opportunity, then others will go ahead of us, right? Okay. The other issue that we covered this morning is the importance of public-private partnerships to strengthen national skills. And in UK, they have this TVET system, and why they should cultivate talent for the future digital trends. It is very important for the public and the private sector to join hands together to seize opportunities together. 1 + 1 would be greater than 2, hopefully. Now, ladies and gentlemen, beginning our afternoon session, our first topic for this afternoon, the thematic speech issue, would be covering the topic of the dual education system in Germany, different paths to one's own career goals. Now, to cover this exciting topic, we have an exciting speaker. This speaker is joining us from Germany, and he would be covering the topic of what I just said, the dual education system in Germany. Right. He is the managing director of Highwind GmbH from Germany, and he's a managing director right now of Highwind GmbH. Now, this is the German subsidiary of the globally active group Highwind Technologies Corporation. As we all know, Highwind is a leading manufacturer in the field of drive technology and operates worldwide with over 5,000 employees. So can you imagine the training that they must do for 5,000 employees? Now, with around 400 employees, the Offenburg office, singly, this office has 400 employees. The Offenburg office is responsible for manufacturing and sales in Germany and many countries all over EU, all over Europe. So Mr. Werner Mauer, our speaker, he studied mechanical engineering and manufacturing and sales in Germany and the Offenburg University from 1984 to 1989. That, once again, is 1984 to 1989. And after graduating with a degree in mechanical engineering, Mr. Werner Mauer, he began his career as an engineer with a manufacturer of ball screws. And then in the year 1993, when Highwind GmbH was founded, Mr. Werner Mauer, he became technical manager and later authorized officer. And then in the year 2000, he was appointed the managing director. So, ladies and gentlemen, now let us welcome the managing director of Highwind GmbH Germany, Mr. Werner Mauer. Please, with our applause, 掌声欢迎。
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving the chance to me to talk a little bit about the German education system. Some words about my person. I'm the managing director of Highwind Technologies subsidiary in Germany. I'm born in '63, so 58 years old. I went through the German school system from the early beginning to finally I made I'm a mechanical engineer. Learned that at a university quite close to my home, still in the same city. Offenburg, mechanical engineering at Offenburg University, and I finished my education in '89. I've got 3 children together with my wife, and all the 3 children are currently in the German school system, education system. My daughter finished her education. 2 of my sons are studying at universities in Germany. Let's talk about the German school system. I would like to start with a short overview. We start normally with early childhood education. And the childhood education, this is more or less the kindergarten, or all what you do before you go into the primary school. The primary school in Germany, we call this Grundschule. Then we have the secondary education with, for example, the gymnasium and tertiary education at the university. And big difference to let's say the time of my father. And these days we have to continue education or learning, because if I remember my knowledge when I finished my education, it was completely different to what I knew today. So in every profession nowadays we have to learn during the whole lifetime. I already talked about the kindergarten. Here we see a slide with what we call preschool. This is probably starting at the age of maybe 1 year and ending at the age of 5 or 6 with the kindergarten, with this, yes, let's say a preschool education. I think kindergartens we have all over the world, and maybe the kindergarten was that well known that the kindergarten is now also a word in English language. Anyway, I also was at the kindergarten. The children normally between 2 and 6 attend this kind of preschool. And if, for example, the parents are working, then probably they give the really small child to a Kinderkrippe, what we call, this is for the really young ones. I also visited the kindergarten, not that long, because that time for me the kindergarten was boring. So I was at the kindergarten only less than 1 year. The reason was very easy. In my home, it was more interesting than being at the kindergarten. So my mother took me out of the kindergarten. Maybe this was a mistake, but anyway. The preschool, after the preschool, we go to the primary school. In Germany, the primary school is roughly 4 years. Primary school, there you learn how to calculate a little bit, you learn how to read, you learn how to write. The primary school is the same in whole Germany, so everybody has to go through this kind of school. Of course, there are additional primary schools. For example, if you have big handicaps, then we have also some really special primary schools for handicapped people. But most of the handicapped people go to the primary school. It's not separated. As long as you can catch up what you have to learn, no matter if you have a handicap or not, you go to the primary school. After the primary school, we have primary school. Don't forget that. You enter into this school at the age of 5 or also at the age of 7. Depends on your personal situation. Sometimes the children are, let's say, a little bit slower or maybe a little bit faster. So the parents can decide whether you enter into this primary school at the age of 5, 6, or if you're a little bit slower, then at the age of 7. 4 years, I already mentioned this. After the primary school, it is starting to begin a little bit complicated, because finishing the primary school means that you then have to decide which type of school you go. And normally at the age of 10, sometimes it's a quite difficult it's quite difficult to find out how good you are. because then you have to decide whether you go to the secondary general school. This is in Germany called Hauptschule. In any case, you have to go to this Hauptschule, or if you're a little bit better, then you go to the secondary school, which is called Realschule in German language, or you go to the gymnasium, I think everybody knows, or you go to a kind of comprehensive school. We call this Gesamtschule. This type of Gesamtschule we only have in some states. So this Gesamtschule, comprehensive school, we do not have overall in Germany. Finishing the secondary general school or secondary school, Realschule or gymnasium is a little bit different, because these schools are between 5 years, from 5th to 9th grade at the Hauptschule, or till the 10th year, which is the Realschule, grade 5 to grade 10, or the gymnasium, grade 5 to 12, or in some cases to 13, depends on the school level or the school orientation. There are different schools making 12 or 13 years in total. So the Hauptschule, the first one, is, let's say, the lowest track. The lowest track in our education system is now disappearing step by step, because this Hauptschule is more and more transformed into a school going to the 10th grade. So more and more like the Realschule. I think in a few years we will have no Hauptschule in Germany anymore. We then have only the Realschule, grade 5 to 10, learning basic skills to prepare for their occupations. So that is more or less the preparation to learning the next step, going to company, making the education for a worker or office jobs. After the Realschule, you can transfer to a gymnasium, where you are usually up to the 12th or 13th grade, and the gymnasium gives you the level to study at a university. And don't forget the Gesamtschule. There are some regions in Germany where we have this kind of Gesamtschule. Gesamtschule, comprehensive school, is a combination of all the three school levels I mentioned before. The idea is, whenever a young one is getting better and better or picking up some speed, he can transfer from the lower school level to the medium school level, or even to the higher school level, the gymnasium. And also vice versa, you can also step downwards from a faster to a, let's say, slower learning. Depends on the progress each child is performing. The Gesamtschule is not the best way, I think, but it is, let's say, a step towards a school where you have the choice. If you are, for example, better in mathematics, then you climb up the grade. If you are not that good in German or English, then you step back a little bit, learning only the basic English. But if you are good overall, you can step into the higher level English education and all the other things you have to learn. After the secondary general school, or the secondary school, Realschule, you usually start a training vocational training in crafts or vocational training in trade. So whatever you want to do, then you go to a company and then you learn your profession. And then you start to work as a worker in a workshop or in the office. And also afterwards, you can start an additional education, like it's mentioned here, the Meister degree or the Betriebswirt degree. So this Meister degree is more the practical side. Yeah, you're a group leader in a workshop, or the Betriebswirt degree. This is an education where you are probably a group leader in an office, work in office professions. And during this education, during the secondary school education, in addition with the vocational training and the additional degree, you can also get a level where you can start at a university of applied sciences. So no matter what you did before, whether you are at a secondary general school, you can step by step add your grades, and finally you can visit a university of applied sciences. Back to the apprenticeship, our dual education system. This is what we usually make after the school education. You have the option taking up a vocational apprenticeship instead of choosing full-time academic education. In Germany, we know this as a dual education system, and it's a highly regulated system. It is, we as a company, for example, hire young ones for making this dual education system. And during this dual education system, typically the learners have to spend roughly 70% of the time in the workplace and 30% at a college. So they learn the practical things. For example, this picture is taken in our education area where we educate our workers at modern machines. They learn all the things they have to learn, operating a CNC machine, milling, turning, assembly, all these things. And in parallel, 1 or 2 days a week, they go to the college where they learn the theoretical background for their job. Most of these educations, the apprenticeships, take around 3 years, between 2 and 3.5 years, depends on the profession. And normally, if the young ones go through this education, we take over them. So for these 3 or 3.5 years, they have a contract with the company. And after finishing this education, the contract stopped automatically. So the companies have the possibility to take over them or to let them go to another company. But to be honest, if you educated these young ones, it is a really good idea to take over them for the next job or for the next contract, because they know exactly what you are doing. They are really proficient in what the company is doing. So if they are good, we take over them into a normal contract. In parallel, if you want to have a more academic career, then you can rather go to the university or also to the University of Applied Sciences, but that means that you have to finish a gymnasium, 12th or 13th grade, or you have to finish the comprehensive school, or what is not mentioned here, even if you made this education with a degree of a Betriebswirt, you can also get the possibility to switch to university. You need to learn a little bit more, but you also can go to a university after you make your normal education. The German university system, all these universities are scientific educational institutes. And the focus of these institutes is a really theoretical focus. So you learn everything from the theoretical part, really deep digging into the details, and they are not that practical. In comparison to the universities of applied sciences, these universities are really, really theoretical orientated. Of course, you can study all subjects, linguistic or cultural law, sciences, medical, and all these things. Of course, during this education, you can also choose your focus. It's not that you have to say at the beginning, I want to be that one. You can also switch between some focuses. So that also means that each student is really personally responsible what he will do during the university education. In addition, the University of Applied Sciences in Germany, we call this Hochschule, is a more practice-orientated than the universities. Most of these universities add half a year, some more, some a little bit less, practicing at a company. So you have to search a company where you spend some 3 months, 6 months, or even up to 1 year, where you learn education orientated practical things. For example, when I was studying that time, it was mandatory to spend 2 times half a year in a company. So I mentioned before, I'm a mechanical engineer, and that time I had to start with half a year education in a company. So the first semester of my education was at a company, learning the basic things to machine, to work with metal, working with steel. And that time we also had another half a year practicing in the, and after 2 years education, another half a year, I was at a company, and at that time already working as an engineer. So this Hochschul education is, as I mentioned before, much more practice oriented. And these engineers are usually engineers working in big companies at the R&D department and so on. For this University of Applied Sciences, I already mentioned, you can start this university with different types of basic education, whether you are from the comprehensive school or even you have a vocational training in craft or in trade. Depends what you did in it. The university there you can have different types of degrees. The standard, or the basic level is a bachelor degree, more or less the same like in the United States or maybe all over the world. After 3 years, after 3.5 years, normally 3.5 years of the university, you have the bachelor degree, and then you can add the master's degree, where you have to spend another 2 years at university. You can finish with a state exam. After some more years, of course, you also can finish with a PhD. And with a dual vocational degree, this is a really special type of university. And this type of universities is, let's say, 50% company and 50% university. So you learn really also at this school really practice orientated. 50% you learn in a company and 50% in the university. This dual vocational degree is not that old. They started with this system some maybe 12 or 15 years ago. What did I do when I was young? I think my school career shows a little bit how easy it is in Germany to switch through the different schools. Of course, I already mentioned I was at the kindergarten. Then I went to the primary school together with my twin sister. I went to the primary school, spending the 4 years there. My twin sister, for example, afterwards went directly to the gymnasium. That time I was not that fast. I played more than I learned. So my parents decided to start with the secondary general school, with Hauptschule. And at this Hauptschule I spent the 5th year. So I was only 1 year at this Hauptschule, and then I switched to the secondary school, to the Realschule. At the Realschule, I was to the 10th grade, so 6 years roughly. And after this Realschule, there was the question whether I go to a company making the training in crafts or in trade, vocational training, or switching to a gymnasium. And I decided to go to we say a technical gymnasium. For these 3 years after the 10th grade, 11, 12, and 13, in Germany we have different types of gymnasiums. And I choose a technical gymnasium where I also learn more things about technical issues, and of course the other stuff you have to learn to get the gymnasium grade. So I then went to a 3 years education at the gymnasium. And after that, it's not mentioned here, I had to make the military service that time. Nowadays, we do not have this military service. So after the school, I went to the military service for 1.5 years. And then I went to a University of Applied Sciences, and there I learned all about mechanical engineering, which is what I learned. Talking about advantages or disadvantages of our school system. The biggest disadvantage is not pointed into this slide. I think the biggest disadvantage in Germany is that we still have too many children with one teacher. So we have not enough teachers in Germany, and we do not pay enough attention to a really high qualified education. overall, I would not say that we have a bad system, but for the future, we should pay more attention to our school system, especially to the number of teachers in the school. The main advantage of our system is, as I mentioned before, it is not necessary to decide at the age of 10 what you are doing. You can switch between the education paths. With multiple educational paths, you can change if your mind has changed. As a company, we see the direct advantage of the dual training because the students get more experience in the company and more practical and theoretical experiences. If I compare our education system, for example, with the educational system in the UK, there it is much more complicated to get really good co-workers. You can, in the German system, you can start a better career, or you can stop your career making a turnaround. So you can decide wherever you are what you want to do. Another disadvantage in Germany, you probably know that the German school system is not decided by the German government. The general rules, yes, they are decided by the government, but we have 16 states, and in every German state, the states decide about their school system. So we have a different school system in Bavaria, in Hamburg, in Baden-Württemberg, in Berlin. And this is a little bit tricky because you can see if you want to make a change, you have to convince 16 states. And to convince 16 states to change or to make a major change, that is taking really, really long time. So if I would have, or my biggest wish is that we step by step change our 16 education systems into one. Because I think the time when Germany decided to have the school system separated in each state, that was a time in the let's say after the Second World War, and that time I think the competition was between the states, or we had a competition between Germany and maybe France or Switzerland or Austria. But nowadays we have a competition between Germany and the rest of the world. So we have to compare our school system with Taiwan system, with, for example, the systems in Northern Europe. They have different types of school systems and better ones. So to improve our school system, we should not compare the 16 German states. We should compare Germany with the rest of the world. And if we compare this, we easily can see where we have to make a change. And I'm sure we will make this change, but it will take some time. That's for the moment. Thank you very much for your attention. German school system, German education system, and what the industry is taking out. Up to now, quite good, but we have to improve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Danke. Dankeschön. Our applause. 热烈掌声，谢谢 Mr. Werner Mauer for this wonderful sharing about the German education system. German education system is among the top in the world. Now, Mr. Werner Mauer, I have a few questions from YouTube. I've translated into English. The first question is, the practical side of dual system at your company, Highwind GmbH, Germany? And the second question, which I would like you to answer all together at the same time, is the online learning workable for the dual system? Huh? Is it workable? So without further ado, please, Mr. Werner Möhr, please tell us your answers for these two questions. Please.
They apply. They apply for a job like you apply for a job, and then you have the interviews, sometimes mostly together with the parents, because the young students are not 18. Then if they want to start at Highwind, for example, we let them work in a vacation. So in summer vacation, we let them work for, let's say, 2 or 3 weeks. So they can earn a little money. They learn what we are doing, and we learn how they are doing. And all the young ones who make this kind of a short-time job applying for education at Taiwan, they are normally good. So we offer them a job. And in these times, it's not easy to get the young ones because there are many open jobs. So if you finish the school, the secondary education, you can choose what you want to do. So we also have to do our best to be attractive for the young ones. So they apply for the job, they make kind of short-time work, and then they start, usually after the summer vacation, their education at Highwind. And at the moment we have roughly 42 students learning their job here, which is more or less roughly 10% of our employees. Of course, one thing is how they did the school. Of course, we check how good they are in mathematics, how good they are, for example, in German or even in English language. If they apply for a job in the office, they usually should be more or less a little bit good in German language as well as in mathematics. And then we check the behavior. Are they open-minded? What are their hobbies? What did they do before? And we have one or two interviews. Right. This is not easy. Canceling this internship is not easy, and you are not allowed to cancel only because of not that good result. So if there are problems because of they are not fast enough or their progress in learning, then we provide an additional support. And normally it is working. We have maybe once a year or once in 2 years, we have young people who are not able to finish their education. In this case, we have to talk together with the education school. We have to talk together with some authorities whether we can cancel the contract or not. If they are really bad, sometimes they have a kind of a career with drugs, then we are allowed to cancel. But it's not really easy, much easier to cancel a normal contract than canceling an education contract. But that's normal and it's okay. We have really no problem with this. As I mentioned, every 1 or 2 years, we have to cancel a contract due to the fact that the student is not good enough. The student himself can easily cancel the contract. If he started to make, for example, an office education, he wants to change it, he can easily cancel the contract and start another education. It's no problem for the student. Yes, I think the normal education in the school, they will add some digital things like giving more material via, let's say, via email, which was never done before. You know, in the school or also in the education we normally do not learn on a IT system. That was only at the university where you use IT-based learning systems, but this will step by step be added into the vocational training for sure. But the normal education in the school, this will go back to the normal version. But I would say sometimes if we make tests or if we exchange learning material, that will be step by step more made via internet, via WebEx meetings or something like that. But the learning for the young ones is, I would say, not that efficient if you do it completely via video conferences and so on, because learning also has to do with interaction between people. And this we all learn. The interaction between people is more efficient if you sit together side by side. So we will have a benefit through what we learned during the pandemic, but I don't think that we will have a completely turnaround into education more or less only at the screen. This is not helpful, I think. It's a good thing to add more information, but it's not the best thing to make the education more or less only via video conferences.
Okay, I absolutely agree with your answers. So hopefully one day you could come to Taiwan for face-to-face interaction. 我们热烈掌声，谢谢 Mr. Venomog. 精彩的回答. Thank you so much for your wonderful answers.
Yes.
I agree with all of your key points. Thank you so much. Now, 我们现场的观众朋友，如果您还有其他的问题的话
If you have other questions, feel free to raise your question. However, later on in our panel discussion, speaker will come back and interact with you. So that will be organized by Dr. Tsai.
Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is covering the topic of industrial IoT. So that is IIoT. IIoT is industrial IoT. And digital twin that will enhance vocational training and the future of work. To speak on this topic, I have the research assistant and staff of Professor Dr. Heiner Endel from the Department of DIK, Technische Universität Darmstadt from Germany. Now, his research profile consists of digital twin, its traceability in a data-driven model-based platform architecture. Now, another area of our speaker's expertise work is to use research guidelines and prototype implementation to transfer them to industries and business in parallel with implementation. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us now welcome Mr. Yubel Wang. 掌声欢迎 Mr. Yubel Wang, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation. And I would like to give you an interview and also an introduction to IIoT and digital twin will enhance vocational training and the future of work. My name is Yubel Wang. I'm the personal assistant from Professor Dr. Rainer Andal, and with warm welcome to our facility, I would start my presentation. First, I would like to give you an information of what and who and which expert groups, the German platform industry 4.0 is on the one hand stand for, but on the other hand, with the expert groups, we have established a good understanding for helping especially small and medium-sized enterprises in Germany, as well as doing cooperation together with the associations, with the government, but also with the academia, with the research facilities, as well as international cooperation. It was led by our two ministries. One is the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy. The other is the Ministry of Education and Research. For a good picture to give you the persons who is behind the topic of Industry 4.0, Professor Kagermann, Professor Walster, and also Professor Lucas, they will, in the academia side, we call them the founder for the topic of Industry 4.0. As well as in Germany, we have established a so-called Research Council, and the Research Council is fulfilled with those experts and also from the academia, but also from the industry. They will give advisories and also lead topics, trend topics for the future of work, for the future of industry, but also for the future of the society. For our cooperation, also with the government, with the platform industry 4.0, we have strong collaboration, especially with ACATEC. It's the German Academy of Science and Engineering. Also with VDMA, it's the German Association for Mechanical and Electrical Engineering enterprises, as well as the Standardization Council nationally, but also internationally with the Standardization Council Industry 4.0 for cooperation globally. Therefore, we summarized Industry 4.0 in 3 simple sentences. The first thing is, what is the target for Industry 4.0? And who is our customer, especially the people? Especially the people in industry, in academia, but also in our society. So Industry 4.0 stands for the 4th Industrial Revolution, of course. But technologically, it's a new level of organization and control of the entire value chain. What does it mean? The entire value chain is focused on the product life cycle, on the 7 phases of product life cycle. So in every phase, in each phase, you can increasing the value. That means it's not only focusing on the production. The production is a very important phase, but also on the 3 phases before and after the production. It means that you have to focus on the requirements, the design, and also the work preparation for the production, as well as the product will be produced. And when the product is produced, you have to think about how to sell it. You have to think about the delivery. You have to think about the business model as an enterprise, how to earn for you the money. That's very, very important. And when the customer is buying, after the customer is buying the product, we will coming to the usage phase. In the usage phase, you will force the challenge of maintenance. Of course, you will force the challenge of the functionality of the product, if it's good, if it's working, if it's still working, and therefore topics like condition monitoring, like preventive control, and also preventive maintenance are very, very important. And the last phase, the recycling phase, we will have forced the challenge of a sustainability product to recycle the product in their separate resources. So Now we are knowing the target. What is the technology behind the target to achieve the goal of value creation in every single phase? The topic is cyber-physical system or cyber-physical production systems, because in every production we use products to produce the products. So we use production equipment or production resources to produce the cyber-physical system. So the cyber-physical systems contains three large and very important topics. First is the mechanical engineering. Second is the electrical engineering. So the combination of mechanical and electrical engineering goes for mechatronics, especially for the vocational training. We have mechanics and also mechatronics. Now, since 20 years, more and more so-called information technology solutions, information technology topics are coming from the IT branch and forcing the challenge to combine, to do an interdisciplinary work together. So that means cyber-physical systems contains mechanics, electrics, and also IT. And this is a great challenge for the vocational training. So it means you have to force the topics, the content of electrical, mechanical, and IT to give the future of work more content, more operation, and also more lectures, more courses to force the future requirements in the future production, in the future product development, as well as the usage of the new product. What is the result if we are doing, if we are implementing this technology? The results are very, very great and are very, very magnificent. First, in the future, we will have products which will be individual requirement fulfilled. Second, the production equipment and also the production environment, the whole environment will forcing the challenge of flexibility. So on the one hand, we have automation. Automation is a well-defined, predefined production automation for mass production. Flexibility separates the bigger orders in smaller orders, so that enterprises, especially small and medium-sized enterprises, can getting individualized orders. And that's also one of the results if you are implementing the Industry 4.0 technologies. And for implementing, of course, you need the people, you need your employees, and also you need the technological, but also the mindset changing as an entrepreneur. Therefore, the very, very important thing is that future production equipment and the whole environment, as well as the supply chain, are able to communicate with each other. And as a result, in Germany, we published different white papers. Also, we will share in the conference the download link. For example, Industrial Internet Practice and Findings, that's a hands-on experience. What are the results of it? Value network as the foundation for digital business model. Employee qualification as a key success factor in digitalized factories. We have to going together first with the entrepreneurs, with our enterprises, with small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as global enterprises. And we have to going with the employees. We have to train them. We have to give them the chance also to force the challenge of future of work. Therefore, we have established 3 phases. If we are working together with an enterprise, working together, establishing a so-called training program. First, we have to analyze what does the the enterprise need. It's very important that you use methodology which is well known as well as accepted, well accepted in industry. Second first, you have to establish a roadmap, not only for the digital transformation. With the digital transformation technologically, you have also train the people, train your employees, train not only the engineers in front of the shop floor, in front of a production machines. We also have to give the management, also the C-level, the top management, it's a common goal to digitalize the whole, to doing the digital transformation in the whole enterprise. And after the roadmap, after the solution, we have to starting with implementing, as well as starting with implementing the software architecture and the hardware upgrades, if the software needs hardware upgrades. And therefore, you have to forcing the challenge of hands-on experience, because it's one thing is you have hard work. Second thing is you have to implement and see the benefit, see the return of invest of your hard work, of your implementation. Therefore, the value of Industry 4.0 comes from innovative products, services, especially as well as new business models, and how it looks like. So first we have to go to the methodology. So we are fully supported by different associations, and also I bring 3 methodologies to this conference. One is the VDI, it's the German Association for Engineering Association. It's called the Digital Transformation Process in Enterprises. The second is the Architect Maturity Index. You can benchmark. It's a global study how to benchmark, how to digital transform enterprises. And the third, it's the VDMA guideline, Industry 4.0. And the VDMA guideline, Industry 4.0, is one of the well accepted and also used guideline in Germany. How it looks like, what's the core behind the guideline? I summarized it in one slide. So that means in the guideline, you will find such of toolboxes, especially for different branches, for different topics. Today, I bring the guidelines toolbox Industry 4.0 production. It's divided in application layers, and also it's divided in development stages. That means application layers are the topics which is forced the challenge of digital transformation by first technologically by the enterprise, but second, you need the people, you need your employees be trained to going the upgrades. Therefore, you have to benchmark your production, but also your product development, as well as your product or your intralogistic or your supply chain management or your business model, and so on. So we have different kind of toolboxes. So first, you have to know and analyze the current state, where you stand from. Second, you have to talk with the people, analyze the system, and force your workflows. How to upgrade, how to define a well-defined the desired state to establishing Industry 4.0 IT infrastructure, technological upgrades, production process optimization, and sometimes you will establishing new business models. And this kind of toolbox will give you a good roadmap, a solution roadmap. But the second thing after creating the roadmap is the implementation. It's the challenge for implementation and see the benefits. Hands-on experience going to the implementation, see the benefits, as well as seeing the results for helping the digital transformation, but also for helping for the vocational training, because those are industrial use cases. That's the requirements the industry need. especially in Germany, but also in global in our global activities, we are getting the requirements from different regions, from Asia, from America, but also especially from Europe. So that means those topics are the training content. The training content has to force the challenge how to bring Industry 4.0 into the shop floor, into the course content, into the courses, and how to give the participants, the employees, as well as future students, our next generation, the good and well-defined topics for vocational training. So this kind of methodology is established and also accepted in more than 100 of global enterprises, for example, which is listed up in the first section. It's Schunk, it's Have, it's SMS CIMAC, or it's Artwork. And what is our next step if we get the benchmark? Our next step is at our facility at Darmstadt, you will find an IIoT training testbed. What does it mean, an IIoT training testbed? IIoT stands for Industrial Internet of Things. So now we are in the internet. You are seeing me as a web meeting, web conference. So I'm virtually in the internet or digitally in the internet. So that means if you can control IoT devices, Internet of Things devices, from your smart home, so therefore you have to transform this thinking, this approach to the industry. That means you have to bring the things, especially the things in the production, into the internet. And that means it's the industrial Internet of Things. And the training testbed contains all the topics regarding operational technologies, regarding enterprise resource planning, regarding manufacturing execution systems, regarding human-machine interfaces, regarding supervisory control and data access, SCADA systems, regarding the challenge to control, to see the programmable, how programmable logic controllers will work, regarding seeing the single sensor, the single actor, and starting defined for mass production inflexible orders, so with predefined orders, but also to forcing the new challenge of flexibility of production processes, preventive control, predictive maintenance, simulation data-driven condition monitoring, as well as development and operation. That's very, very important. DevOps of industrial Internet of Things. You have to see, you have to operate with the new technologies. And with the operation, you have to learning by doing, learning by using, and learning by training with real industrial things in the internet. And also with the new challenge of cloud or edge computing for an interoperable cloud manufacturing. That means global collaboration could be established or is now establishing, so that you can get the information from your supplier, but also you can starting order directly with the information flow to different kind of countries, and also using different application from the topic of artificial intelligence. So therefore, we are forcing this challenge with the digital twin technologies. And also we established the digital twin factory. It's a digital representation of a product, but also including the system technological elements. It's meaning from the part to the assembly, to the subsystem, to the system, and also to the whole product or to the whole environment. It's the CPS and the CPPS, the cyber-physical system and the cyber-physical production systems, first in the real environment, including also all virtual environment information. That means the CAD data, the 3D model, the flexibility, also the structure information, the dynamic and kinematic information. Maybe sometimes also you will have fluid dynamics if you're working with hydraulic or pneumatic, and with the logical information. That's the bidirectional information flow from the real side to the virtual side, but also from the virtual side to the real side. It has been established bidirectional. And therefore, very important, the integrated product development is needed, and also model-based system engineering is needed. And that's also the information to build up the so-called digital thread through the whole product life cycle. And those are the topics which future employees forcing Industry 4.0, forcing the digital transformation challenge need. Those are the topics you have to present, you have to do, and you have to let the people seeing in the internet, because we also, everyone forcing the challenge of there will be less travel than before the pandemic, and also with Industry 4.0, with Internet of Things, you will re-managing optimization the whole global supply chain. And therefore, we forcing the vocational training and industrial project has to be scalable. So first with small groups, but also we establish with larger groups, and also we establish this kind of thinking into the next generation, into our next generation by the student projects, bachelor and master degree, undergraduate and graduate students, working together hand on hand together with the industry to get the first-hand experience for the future, but also the industry getting the first-hand experience from the research. So therefore, we have to analyze of interfaces, of the systems, and also of the workflows. We have to commission the testbed models that you can use it from home or from anywhere. We have to integrate the customized IoT solutions for the vocational training. Also, we have to verify the solution and the benefit of enterprises so that the topics, it's real problems, real challenges from the industry. Therefore, of course, will be consulting. So different kind of solution architect will be trained. Also implementation with the solution. So with the first roadmap, and also then with the solution, we have to implement. We have to going to the shop floor to implement, to integrate, for example, the sensor, to integrate the PLC into the cloud. And that's the first-hand experience you have to bring into the internet and control from anywhere. And therefore, we build up a platform which the content is coming from the industry, real industrial use cases. Also, we have to provide live online remote control from machineries in Germany. So that means you can control at home the machineries in my laboratory, in my production line, and getting trained, getting the whole content of how to digitalize, how to transform the enterprise, but also the content at home. If you have first a browser, or second an internet connectivity. And therefore you will getting the hands-on experience, because with the new technology, we also have to live. If we are telling you Internet of Things, industrial Internet of Things, so therefore we also have to live our thinkings. We also use our thinking. And also every day we will also trained by our partners from the industry, from academia, and also our students, giving our participants, giving us very, very important requirements, because they need the content that coming from real industrial use cases. after being trained, they can solve the problems, the challenges, which will force, especially in the future, for the digital transformation for Industry 4.0. And how it looks like. So for the IIoT and for the digital twin, you need the experience. So digital transformation should be fun. Why? Because you see directly the results. You see the benefits, especially not only for the employees, you see the benefits for the enterprise, and you see the digital technologies, how to doing this. And I bring some video content, but also you will find the whole course categories for basic courses, advanced courses, or for 1, 2, 3, 4 days or week sensibilization courses to achieve, to reach the management, the C-level, to define possible digital transformation business models, and as well as for senior consultants, for internal consultants in global and bigger enterprises, but also for consultants which going with the enterprise to creating a solution. Also for the senior solution architect, which is also forcing the challenge to implement this kind of technologies. We also have course categories. That means regarding the topic of Industry 4.0, reference architecture model, Industry 4.0 components, in the toolboxes, how to doing things. And it's not only content providing, it's not only providing you the PowerPoint presentation or the video, it's first-hand live control from anywhere. So you have to control the systems from at home, for example. And back to the slides, I would like to giving you an overview. For example, this is the video I captured.
Welcome to the Digital Twin Academy. I would like to present you the Connected Factory Flexible Actor Execution. And the first thing is to put the password into the password field and enter the name of the user. You will see the dashboard for the distribute station, joining station, sorting station. The overall dashboard is presented on the right button. On the right top, you get a live stream from the real production line. Now you can press the single actor, and after pressing the single actor, the live stream is interact with the machineries, and also the buttons will be activated. First, I would like to press slider on. You see the message AI Jack has set the slider at the time. And now in the live stream, the slider is pushed the product out of the storage. Then I would like to press slider off and activate the conveyor. And in a few seconds, the live stream will move the product through the whole production line.
So for this example, you see it's interaction. That means that the people in front of a laptop, in front of a PC, has to interact with the environment in Germany, but also it could be in your country. It means that the first-hand experience of industrial technologies has to be shown. If we are telling you, if we are training industrial Internet of Things, we have to establishing and also forcing the challenge of how to present, how to operate with industrial of industrial Internet of Things. So therefore, you have to establish and control every single actor from our automation or our training test bed. And for the next example, I would like to present you a more interactive way of how to operate with artificial intelligence technologies or applications, with Industry 4.0 technologies, with digital twin technologies, and together with IIoT.
You will see my hand detected my webcam. It's a framework of the hand detectable hand in the live stream of a real production environment. We can start virtually with AR technology, the process of drawing process of the simulation, so that the product is assembled from the first part with the second part. And with the simulation, we can also start real and virtual interaction managed by the interaction management. For example, with the toggle separator, I can start it. And you will see in few seconds that the separator is starting. So we have to wait. And now it's turned on. And you see also in the graph that it's starting and also turning off. There's another real actor we will also can start. It's a toggle separator 2. And we will see that the separator is going in few seconds on if I start it here. That the separator is turned on and going again off. Therefore, we also can get the information of the product, it's the order number, and also from the second part for more information of the second order. Thank you for your attention. You will see
That means that first-hand experience, live demonstration, live control with the help of Internet of Things technologies, that the participant of the training could be anywhere. You do not need real environment in front of you. First, of course, you need experience if you have to assemble things, to getting the experience if you are doing the mechanics and also doing the mechatronics. But forcing the challenge of digital transformation, you also have to digitalize the whole vocational training. That means you have to think about new training concepts, not only for those generation who is working directly in front of the shop floor, also thinking about the training concepts which for the millennial people, for the kids, for the new kids, and also for the next generation, for the children, more maybe in 10 or 20 years. So that means they are growing up with so-called artificial intelligence technologies, with AR, with VR. It's very common that kids, children are very, very familiar with new technology, with new digital technology, for example, smart pads, smart glasses, and so on. Therefore, the training, the traditional content, forcing with future technologies, has to combine to the digital vocational training in the internet at the platform for forcing the challenge and also with real industrial use cases. So, for example, the next example I would like to give you is the programming. So you have to give the people the chance to learn the programming not only with coding, with so-called low-code approach. So
I'd like to present you the connected factory flexible M-bomb generation. at the left side, you see the panel where you can choose the genre and also the actions in the PLC distribute station. You can drag and drop one activate slider process button and also a general button for time delay of, for example, 3 seconds. After activating the slider, you can deactivate, you have to deactivate it, and also you can duplicate the second wait for 3 seconds button. Then you can choose the activate convoyer and copy again the waiting button for example, 10 seconds or 2 seconds. Then we have to choose the deactivate convoyer. But for your use case, you have to think about how long the activate convoyer and the deactivate convoyer signal will be sent. Therefore, we have to change the 2 seconds waiting time into 10 seconds. And what you see is a flexible MBOM generation with the first signal activate slider. With activate slider, the product will be pushed from the storage. The deactivate slider will get the slider back, and the convoyer will starting for the production line. We can execute our MBOM. You see in few seconds on the right side the live stream for the slider activation, then the wait time of 3 seconds, and activation of the convoyer. And after 10 seconds, the convoyer is deactivating by the signal deactivate convoyer.
So with this practical use case, now you have to force the challenge, or you doing the training on-site, online, with the help of Industry 4.0 technologies, and the people and the employees and also the students, but also the participant of a training course, getting first touch with the programming process, with the production process, with how to create such kind of a dashboard. It's very, very fast creating. And they can also bring their own device, their own industrial device. For example, if you at your facility has for example, a 3D printer or a collaboration robot, you can also integrating and also participating with your own device at this platform for your own individual styled, individual designed training. And the core of this kind of training is being interactive in a digital world, being very, very focused on digital transformation, being very, very focused on industrial use cases and how to force the challenge of the future work. And by this strategy, also with the help of our government and also with different kind of ministry, we established in Germany, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises. You now see the German landscape. For the first time in Darmstadt, a competence center or innovation center or a training center. And now in Germany, we have such kind of, till 2019, 27 such kind of centers for helping the small and medium-sized enterprises to digital transform themselves, but also to train them. And they can see the first is the prototype, then the development and operation. And with the help of scalability, they now get the chance to see live virtually or in real at the facility how the benefits with implementation of the technology will be achieved. And therefore our competence center is divided in research and development center. So it's prototyping, it's first kind of series of a product. And then we have two factories, which is also at our facility for demonstration, for real demonstration in big production environment. Why two? Because on the first scenario, we digitalized on a brownfield approach established factories, so upgrading them with new technologies. And the second factory is completely built on a greenfield approach. So it's on a green wise, we built up in 1.5 to 2 years a completely new green sustainable factory. And that's also the challenge the industry is forcing, upgrading or new buildings. And with this hardware and software, we have established a competence center, training not only for the students, not only for the next generation, working in small groups, for example, bachelor thesis, bachelor degrees, master degrees, graduation and undergraduation projects, together with real industrial use cases. So the challenges, the problems, the topics, the questions are coming from the industry and the people, and also not only the employees for vocational training, but also the students are working together. On the one hand is the academia, on the other hand is the industry, and also supported by both ministries, federal ministries of education and research, but also for the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energies. And with establishing those three parts, we're getting a testbed center. Not only a real testbed center you can visit in Germany at our facility and also with our partners, you will see the whole supply chain of an ongoing, working process for production. You're also getting the testbed center, the industrial Internet of Things, digital twin testbed center now online, remotely. So that means you can control in a safety and secure environment the production, the industrial production equipment, which we are putting online for training, but also for demonstrating, but also for the solution of how to force the challenge of digital transformation. And therefore, I would like to invite you just to visit virtually our factory. So that's the real factory, which is scanned by the technology of LiDAR, which is also used in autonomous driving. So this is on the right side, you will see the automation production system, which are milling machines, heating machines, and also every kind of machinery which is needed for a real production. So enterprises, students participating, the training courses, getting the first-hand, hands-on experience. On the left side, now we are flying to the left side. It's a more human-machine interaction. So how to work also from different ages with older machineries, but also with machineries which is needed for assembly, together with the whole production processes. And that's our strategy, our approach, not only giving you virtually, but also physically the content of mechanics, electrics, and information technologies. And therefore, we have established this kind of collaboration together with the academia, with our Rhine-Main region universities, with University of Applied Science, with technical universities, but also with universities, which is also forcing the topics of ethics, of the topics of how our society will forcing the big digital transformation challenge, and also forcing with the challenge of the next generation training, education. And that's also the whole society, which is also getting the chance to see, but also to feel and to, or getting the feeling, and Industry 4.0, especially digital transformation, the fun of it, and also the benefit. And therefore, I warmly welcome, and also Professor Andal and me, we are warmly welcoming you, not only visiting us physically, or maybe next year, but also we are warmly welcoming you to visiting us, to using our equipment by the technology of industrial Internet of Things and digital twin. So you can control whole production lines, robots, industrial automation, milling machines, 3D printers at home, just with your webcam and your fingers. And therefore, I'm now at the last slide. Thank you for your attention, and for context, for content, more information, you can find me on LinkedIn. Therefore, thank you very much for the invitation, and also warmly welcome to visit us virtually, but also physically in Darmstadt. Thank you.
Okay, looking forward to going to Darmstadt physically, not only virtually. Thank you so much, Mr. Yubel Wang. This is a wonderful sharing on the topic of industrial IoT and digital twin, enhancing vocational training and the future of work. Now, our viewers online, 我们线上的观众朋友, you may leave your questions on the YouTube comments, and we will give it to our moderator after the coffee break. Is the panel discussion. Our moderator would take care of the questions if you have any questions for Mr. Yubel Wang. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe now it's time for our coffee break. 茶叙时间20分钟的时间 2点50分
We have
我们回到
20
我们的
minutes,
论
and
坛
please
现场
come back at
After the coffee
2:50.
break, it'll be the panel discussion on the issues of industrial, academic, vocational training, training sector cooperation for future digital interdisciplinary talent, to be chaired by our moderator, Mr. Cai Xitao, Mr. Ted Tsai. Okay, looking forward to that. We'll see you after the coffee break. Enjoy the coffee break. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen，我们现在是茶叙时间，预计呢还有4分30秒左右回到我们的现场。那么，因为线上的观众朋友，您也正在线上准备要来参与我们的这个 panel discussion， 所以也跟线上的观众朋友报告，在我们茶叙时间完成之后，回到现场呢是我们的综合座谈。综合座谈之后呢，是我们大会的闭幕致辞。在长官完成了闭幕致辞之后呢，请线上的观众朋友千万不要离开线上，为什么呢？记不记得 Lucky Draw？ 对，我们大会闭幕致辞完成之后呢，线上的观众朋友您请留在线上 for Lucky Draw。好的，那么我们一起3分45秒左右会回到我们的现场，马上就是我们的精彩的综合座谈，由我们的蔡院长蔡其涛蔡院长 Mr. Ted Tsai 来为我们主持，非常的精彩，非常的期待。稍后3分半之后见。Ladies and gentlemen, we come back in 3 minutes roundabout for the panel discussion. Thank you very much for joining us today and yesterday for our 2-day forum 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. We see you in 3 minutes. 好的，各位现场的贵宾，我们预计50秒之后回到我们的论坛现场，也就是进行综合讨论。我们线上的观众朋友，再次提醒您，您还有时间扫描 QR code 做线上报道，参与我们的线上的摸彩，非常丰富的奖品。工研院所提供的1500元的线上课程，科技时代数位淘金术。We come back in 30 seconds for the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for our panel discussion. Now, I would like to first introduce our panelists. They are joining us live from UK. We have People First International, member of UK Skills Federation, Executive Director, Madame Jane Roxworthy, also from People First International. Also from UK, we have Madame Kate Tetley. And from Germany, we have Managing Director of Highwind GmbH, Mr. Werner Möller. And also from Germany, from Darmstadt, we have Mr. Yubo Wang. Now, our panelist, as the MC, I would like to ask you to please stay with us until after the panel discussion, until after the closing remarks, because after the closing remarks, we would like all of our panelists to be on screen, waving our hand to our viewers, okay, for the conclusion of our two-day forum. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing our moderator for this panel. This panel would be discussing the issues of industrial, academic, vocational education, training sector cooperation for future digital interdisciplinary talent. Now, our moderator, we have from our Taiwan, this is Chief Consultant for Operation from MurisMedia.com. He had his PhD from Iowa State University from USA. He's currently the Chief Consultant for Operations of Muris Media. He was the Dean of College of Management at Hongguang University and taught at many universities in Taiwan and in US for more than 30 years. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome our moderator, Chief Consultant for Operations from Muris Media, Mr. Cai Shitao, Mr. Ted Tsai, as our moderator. Please.
Thank
Ted,
you, Andy.
all yours.
And this is my honor to hosting this section and express my sincere welcome of our panelists. We have Jen, Kate, Murner, and Yuval. In this morning and a moment ago, you have heard from this excellent presenter for a very informative, very rich content for the topic we have today. I think that the audience here and audience online, you would be very anxious to hear from our distinguished guests for the topic and focus on special point. Now, I would spend a few minutes to introduce Taiwan's system to our guests so that we have a base for discussion and talk about the comparison between Taiwan and other countries. Please have that slides. 请下 PPT. I would very briefly present the system of Taiwan. Next. Taiwan is a very small island. As we know, the area is about 36,000 kilometers, and we are very populated. But the national GDP is about 769 million, and that per capita GDP is about 32,000. Taiwan is very amazing this year, although we have a very difficult time for the COVID-19 pandemic, but the economic growth rate the estimate to the end of this year is about 5.88. I think this is the best in the world, not just in Asia. And we have next, we have, as I say, we are very popular. The area we have is a little bit smaller than the Netherlands, but the population is about 25% more than Netherlands. So you can see that Netherlands is a very dense country, but we are more crowded than them. And the labor force we have is about 11 million. The participation rate for women is a little bit lower, about 50.47%. If we have to increase the labor forces, we probably have to encourage women to join the labor market. And also the aging people, we are very low in the participation rate in the aging people. And the unemployment rate this year is a little bit higher than before, 3.92%. Although we have very good economic performance this year, but because of the setback in the industry or business because of the pandemic situation, and so the unemployment rate a little bit higher, 3.92. But it is also very low compared to most developed countries. Next. And we have a big problem on the middle age of people. So you can see from the statistics, the entire society getting older every year for about 6 months older. So the labor force is getting older. This is the problem we have. And on top of this, another problem is we are getting fewer people in this year. Start from this year, we have more people die than more people was born. So this is that total population is getting less and less. I think that Taiwan would have a severe problem on this. And the entire society, we have people higher than 65, about 13%. This is counted as the aged society. So we are entering the aged society. And I think that the Ministry of Labor, they would also have some thinking about this population change. And I think this is also an important issue in our society, that how we to train more productive people on the aging society, not just the digital society. Okay, next. All right, but Taiwan is very strong in a lot of areas. You can see from this list that include the factories that are located in Taiwan and other countries belongs to the Taiwanese company. We have the #1 in the world in the production value in foundry, 晶圆代工, and IC packaging and testing, IC 封测, and IC design is #2. We are behind US, and the Taiwanese company produce most of the notebook, desktop, motherboard, PCB, and this is for mobile phone. I think mobile phone and mobile devices like tablet, etc. And also we have produced most of a lot of high-end bicycles. Also, Taiwan also is very strong in other area. I think this here, Taiwanese company making about 80% of the sneakers in the world. And also we are producing a lot of functional fibers. For example, fibers for quick dry or fibers for warming the body, etc. That also is #1 in the world. I think this here. And you can see Taiwan is very strong in manufacturing. Actually, in precision machinery, we are also ranked very top. I think we are ranked at number 4 in the world, behind Germany and Japan and Italy. We are ranked number 4, so also it's very strong in this area. But from the list, you can see that the weakest area we have probably on software development. Taiwan has to catch up in this area. All right, next. Actually, I think that the digital technology has been diffusing into all the areas, not just the one I list here. But those are the focal point that the society, the government would put more efforts into it and more resources to increase the competitiveness of Taiwan companies. Next. For government, I think this government always developed the national development programs or policies with, for example, at this moment, we have identified 5+2 business and industry. Those 5+2 industries are IoT, biomedical, green energy technology, smart machineries, and defense industry. The extra 2 are new agriculture and recycle economics. So those are the focal industries that government wanted to develop more competitiveness for Taiwanese company. And government would have the policy then deployed to different ministries to put the monies into it and guiding the entire society and companies that put in the effort into the area. And also the training would be promoted by the various ministries. For example, say we have biomedical technology need to train enough talent or special skill. The Ministry of Health and Welfare, they would have different way to train that related people. Or say in agriculture area, the Ministry of Agriculture would put the energy and money into it to promote those kind of activities. And in general, technological or technical skill training, the Ministry of Labor, especially the WDA, workforce development agencies, they would be responsible for the technical training and also the technological training for that. So this is the way Taiwanese government that helping out the business and also cooperate with universities, with the business and industry to do the work. Next. All right, and industry, I think that the industry is the key to the entire promotion of those kind of cooperation. They may donate the equipment. They are donating their employees' time to help out schools, help out the public agencies, and also they have the opportunity to apply for the subsidies from government to train their employees. Next. And Taiwan is very special in Tibet. We have a dual system, means that as we have seen from these 2 days in British system or Australian system, that Tibet is under one of the Ministry of the government, but in Taiwan we have separated. The vocational education is under the supervision of Ministry of Education, and vocational training is under the supervision of Ministry of Labor, especially for the WDA. So we are the dual system in that government system. Right, next. And vocational education is similar to German system. We have the different level. We have vocational high school. We have junior college for 2 years, Institute of Technology, University of Technology for 4 years. And next, please. This is the chart similar to the one presented by the Merman. We have kindergarten at this moment is not compulsory education. For Taiwan, compulsory education is from grade 1 to grade 9. That means that people get into the elementary school at the age of 6 and graduating from the junior high school at 15. Taiwan's labor law says that any employer cannot hire anyone who is under age of 15. If you hire people that age under 15, it's illegal. So the children are required to attend the school between 6 and 15. If children is not go to school, the parents, the guardian would be fined. This is the compulsory education. And high school would have different track. You have general high school, we have comprehensive school and vocational high school that with different curriculum content. In Taiwan, the elementary school, junior high school, and high school, the curriculum standard is nationwide. We have a central controlled system. Ministry of Education would have the nationwide curriculum standard for different level. All the schools would have the same curriculum content, but with different delivery method or the delivery way. And let me go back to the kindergarten. At this moment, the kindergarten is from age of 4 to 6. That usually is paid by, the tuition fee is paid by parents. It's very expensive in Taiwan to attend kindergarten. It's even more expensive than attending a college. It's the very high cost to parents. And that's why we are scaring the young people that not getting married, even getting married would not have a children. So we have a big problem that, as I mentioned before, we getting fewer and fewer babies every year. There's a statistic just released out. This year we only have about, last year, we only have about 160,000 baby was born. It was about 1/2 of 15 years ago. So you can see that the decreasing rate is too fast, too quick. It's the issue of national security. So Taiwan has a big problem on this one. Okay, let's next. And for vocational training system, it's the preparing semi-skilled, skilled workers, technicians, and engineers. No degree is offered. All the courses are non-credit hours based, and after you finish one program, you get a certificate or a record. You don't have a degree be granted, because that only attending school you can get a degree. Okay, and we have a certification test. Okay, so after pass the certification test, you may get a different level of skill certificates. All right, next. Universities though usually share with people and government and training center and private business with their research result and helping out to have trainer courses. and also offer courses for general public. Next. And WTA would do a coordinating job because in Taiwan, the competency standard for different area would be developed by the different ministry, but they have to send their result to WTA, and the WTA combine them together and publish as the national standard for competence standard. And also the service information from different ministry, they have all kind of vocational training programs. Vocational training program, they have to, the result would be sent to WTA for the record or the put together. So those are the WTA is coordinating the service information on that by different central government agencies. All right, next. Okay. WTA did great work in training the technology related to the digital technology. They have introduced literacy work courses on ICT, and also they have trained a trainer on the CIM, and also they have developed the program for the youth. And also we also introduced the dual track training flagship program for youth. It's similar to the one to that introduced by Merlin. And actually this system is helped in the very beginning by Siemens. It's kind of copy of German systems. Next. All right, and we have some challenges, as I think mentioned by the keynote speakers before, because Taiwanese company, they have get into the high tech area, and the change of technology is very fast. We are not able to keep up with the industry and business on training the digital technical, but we have to solidify our basic training and heading into those new areas so that we won't lose the basic and not able to keep up. And the competency standard or the course content usually have to led by the industry so that they would meet the industrial needs. And the course design would based on the competence developed, and that would also meet the requirement of the business and industry. And finally, if you want to do the good job, you cannot, it is needed the help from the teachers. So recently, WTA has trained those teachers in the public training centers to help them improve their teaching skill and also some of the online teaching skills because of the pandemic situation. All right, time is very limited. I think I have a little bit overused my 10 minutes. I think we probably have to get into the next stage for the discussions. Okay, all right. Welcome back of our panelists. I think we have, I would have questions for all of you in the very beginning, and each of you would have 5 minutes to talk about the questions, because there's a lot of audience here and online. Their mother tongue is Mandarin Chinese, so I would ask the question in Mandarin, and that interpret behind the booth, they would help me out to translate into English for the guests. All right. my question is，各位在刚才的演讲中
In your presentations, you all talked about you work with the government. Could you talk about your experiences working with the government? How do you work with the government? Maybe.
And Bernard and Yuval. All right. Jane, please, you have 5 minutes.
Shall I start? Or?
Jane, I can.
The collaboration with the government in Germany regarding education, hard to say, it's a little bit slow. You know, government usually is not that quick in making changes, especially in Germany. We should do some really big changes towards the education system. The biggest problem, as I see, is that we have 16 different education systems. So every state has its own system. So to renew this is taking a long time and needs a big effort. In this case, we need first the step from our government to unify the education system. The first thing that we have to learn, mathematics, for example, in every state of Germany the same way, and not in 16 different ways, what we do right now. The second point, what we need from the government is, it's mentioned before, we need to have more teachers. Currently, we have not enough teachers in our education system. In every school, we miss teachers, and teachers are more or less the key for the education, especially people from the edge of the society who have not that good connection to knowledge need more teachers. And this is a big problem in Germany, that we do not get enough young peoples in the direction of a really good education. We still have too many people who stop school or who do not make a vocational training, and this is not good for the future, especially for the digital revolution. So more or less, the industry is waiting for changes, but unfortunately, the industry cannot do every change. In this case, we need our government for the big changes to make sure that the future will be a good one.
Thank you, Bernard. I would invite Jen to respond on the same questions. Thank you.
Yes, I think it's a really interesting question. And we've had the opportunity as a sector skills organisation in the UK to be very engaged with industry, because we're completely industry-led, and influencing government over a number of years. And that's over kind of the last 20 years. And it's always an ongoing relationship in building that trust. And I think one of the best examples of it working quite effectively is our apprenticeship model that we have in the UK, where the industries led on the development of the apprenticeship frameworks, the professional standards, and then presented those back to government for sign-off and approval around the programmes themselves and also the assessment methodology. And what that did is it really put the employers in that driving seat of saying, this is what our industry needs and requires. And that's proven to be quite successful in terms of how that's run. The pandemic, of course, has played a game around the apprenticeships, but what was really interesting is over the last 18 months is that government listened to industry that was saying we still need to carry on with our apprenticeships, we still need to continue in providing this education with our TVET providers. And so actually online virtual assessments took place across most industries to stop the to stop it happening, to stop the apprenticeships. And so therefore what we have found is, if you collectively bring the voice of industry together and provide that conduit through a sector body, it is more effective in getting government to then be able to respond. And I think one of the things that we've seen, we've just had our UK budget announced this week, and education and lifelong learning has come top in that priority. And one of the things that we've been doing with government through our industry voice is to look at what's important for lifelong learning within our different industries. And for us, I think that's it's a powerful way of collaborating. And it's, as I say, it's not always an easy job, but I think in terms of lifelong learning, I just want to come back to that. One of the things that we spend quite a lot of time doing is working with our public and private TVET institutions as a sector body to support them in providing not just that pre-entry point into industry, but to provide that ongoing lifelong learning, providing that access to education, because like Taiwan, we have an aging population. And therefore, it's really important for us to upskill our existing workforce. And I think over the last 18 months with the pandemic, digital technology has become an absolute must in pretty much every occupation. And I think statistics show that all of us need to upskill around 30% of our skill set to be able to work in the new world. And that is only going to continue. And so it's really important for our educational, our TVET and our higher education to really respond to that and provide those access points for individuals. Now, finally, for me, just to say, our apprenticeships aren't just about entry point. Our apprenticeships go up to degree level. There's no wrong time to get engaged in education and lifelong learning. So I'm going to just hand over to Kate, because I think Kate probably has an example as well.
Yes, I'm a more technically minded person where education's concerned. And I'm also in Scotland, where the education system is different than it is in England, of course. And there's two things I was going to mention for those who are from education in the audience. And one is assessment. I think we've seen a massive change in assessment with the pandemic and how assessment's delivered. And I think assessment is critical in TVET education, but also how that aligns with other parts of your education system and how it's reflected within the workplace. And the other word is levels. And I think getting that parity of levels when you're looking at TVET, higher university education and the workplace is also really critical. And having all your partners in government working collectively around those two areas is absolutely critical. And we see that in the work that we do all around the world. And one of those areas that we see good practice is somewhere like one of our partners in the north of England, actually, Barnsley College, which is an award-winning college. And it's just set up a SciTech Digital Innovation Hub. And that's not just for the students, that's for everybody to use. And it has a big emphasis on lifelong learning and with the industry being involved in that. And one of the things that they are really getting to grips with is this thing around how you align those levels and match them to the industry's needs, and how you deliver meaningful assessment that is relevant and really based on those competencies, skills and knowledge that we're going to need going forwards. So thank you.
Thank you, Jen and Kat. Andy, you have something to announce to the...
Yes, moderator, Mr. Tsai, and to our panelists, especially to our panelists, please lower the volume of your speaker because it feeds back and loops back into an endless loop, creating an echo. So if you're turning on the volume of your speaker, if it's too loud, it loops back and feeds back in, okay? It affects the quality of the listening. Thank you so much. Back to you, our moderator, Mr. Tsai.
Thank you, Kate. Kate mentioned that Wales is a little bit different from the other places. I will introduce the British system to my audience in Taiwan. The UK is combined by England, Wales, and North Ireland, and the other four different states. So the case said Wales is a little bit different. Jen, you from England or? Yeah, okay. So that's the story mentioned by Kat. All right, thank you. And now, Uma, you have something to share with our audience, please.
Yes, thank you for having me here. Yes, I can give you an overview of the higher education systems here in Germany. Especially, I totally agree with Jane, Kate, and Werner. They make a very important point. In addition, in Germany, we are forcing the challenge of digital transformation in every stage. That means in educational schools, in primary schools, in high school, especially as in universities. That means the job description, the job environment is changing with the technology, but the occupation is not changing. I'm still an engineer. A doctor will still a doctor, but the tools they have used, they have to teach, they have to learn, they are changing. So in the former days, we use boards, we use smart boards. Now we have to use connected machineries to teach the right things in the right age, because we are forcing the future, our future, the millennium kids. They are born after 2000s. They are using smartphones, smartpads. They are using, for example, like bringing you an AR glasses. So that means we have to use the new technologies to force the challenges in the future. And that means for the educational, for the vocational training, the government has to realize and to establish an environment. So there are a lot of expensive stuff and expensive machineries, expensive environments, which are also built in Germany as so-called digitalization centers for the students, for the vocational training, but also for the companies, the industries, because we do not want just telling the people and teaching the people theory. Theory is not the practice. So we have to force industrial use cases. We have to listen to the industry. For example, to listen to Werner, what is the daily problems they have forcing? Because the people, they are graduated by our system, by our educational system. They have to learn to work with real environment, hands-on experience, and real requirements. That's very important. We cannot help anybody to just telling them the theory. We have to bring the hands-on practice to them. And the job, or the governmental job, is to establish a well environment for this. Environment with software, with hardware, with connection, making networks to make the environment possible, to establishing not only in different, for example, in Germany states, we have 16 different states. Of course, they are in the north, we have forcing the problems with wind energy. We have forcing the problem in the south with the Alps and the other problems, other challenges. So different systems, maybe also, of course, different challenges. It's a good diverse environment to forcing different problems. So that makes the whole society with the whole education systems can be digital transfer for their needs. It's not a one way, it's different ways, individual ways, flexible ways. And with this kind of environment the government will establishing, we have so-called a market, because the market will give you the requirements. It's not that the government says you have to do A, B, C, D, and so on, because that's not the real requirement from the industry. We have to listen, especially for the Taiwanese, for the British, but also for the German small and medium-sized enterprise. We have so many small and medium-sized enterprises, which is forcing the challenge of digital transformation and forcing the challenge how to get the educated, well-educated person for the next 4, 5, 6 years. And now we have to prepare for them. We have to prepare them, not only the theoretical thing, we have to practical operation with them. And in times, of course, you're totally right, in times of the pandemic, you cannot stand in front of a machine in a big group. Therefore, you have to make everything digital, everything virtual, everything connected to operate the machineries, for example, remotely. We are now in the internet. If we are speaking about Internet of Things, industrial Internet of Things, then everything has to go to the internet, from the industry to the internet. So that means that in the future, and not only in the future, now we are establishing together with partners in Taiwan, for example, the ITRI, that you guys in Taiwan can control machineries. You have to control machineries in Germany and learn hands-on experience, live remote connection, and make the collaboration not only feasible, it's more the experience that we have to go together. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Yuval. I have next question for the panelist. The question is, I'll announce in Mandarin. 在产学训共育所才方面。
Your presentation, you all talk about the cooperation between your organization and the public agencies. Would you please briefly share the overall cooperation network in your organization in talent cultivation for cooperating among industry, academic training, and institute? Each of you have 3 minutes.
All right, also start from Myrna.
As I understood the question, we shall talk about the collaboration of, for example, my company with the local colleges, right?
Yeah, that will be a real case. Please, go ahead.
Okay. So, our company, for example, is working together with all the schools in this area, elementary school, high school, as well as the university here in Offenburg. This is more or less the key to get young people employed, because in this region we have not enough people, so not enough young people. In Germany, we are getting older and older. I think we are much older than the average age in Taiwan. So it's a fight for the young people, and without the collaboration between the industry and the schools in every level, we are not attractive for the young ones. So we do this collaboration with trainings, with meetings together with the young people since more than 10 years. And this is ensuring that we have enough young people for our vocational training, as well as engineers for our R&D departments.
Thank you, Marina. Jen, what you have story to share?
Yeah, so I think echoing actually what Werner's been saying, you know, we are also an ageing population in the UK. So one of the things that we collaborate and we've been engaging with our education institutes and government is around that lifelong learning, that support to get people and transfer people's skills in the workplace. So our partnerships between different levels of education and creating those meaningful pathways, enabling industry to describe their skills now and their future skills, has been really important to then share that with industry. And I think for us, what we're looking at is people having a number of occupations. Certainly when I started work many years ago, it was expected that I might change occupation maybe 1 or 2 times. Actually, that's not the case at all. Our skills have to continue, and I think that's a really important message. And I think our government and our relationship with government and industry is now that it's woken up to that fact, and therefore it's looking at lots of different interventions. And very recently in the UK, we now have a lifelong learning opportunity for all individuals, whether they're in the workplace or not working at the moment, where they can access that higher level of education that they might have missed out on when they actually entered and started the workplace. And I think those types of initiatives, they have to have industry behind them, because the biggest challenge when that started was that it was only some industries and some programs and curriculum that was available. What we've done is to work with government and our industry to provide the recommendations so that we now have opportunities for our industries to access that lifelong learning with meaningful programs that are going to support them as they move into future education. Kate, I don't know whether you'd like to add to that.
Yes, we are in a fortunate position as People First in that we are a sector skills council in the UK, and we're part of a sector skills council network which has historically, over the last 50 years or so, provided that bridge between government, industry and education. And, you know, it's been quite a tough journey at times, but it does enable a conduit and a conversation between those different partners to take place. And we're responsible for labour market intelligence, for example, for the occupational standards, and therefore have a really important part to play in the foundations of qualifications and frameworks. So I think that's a very valuable model that we look at elsewhere as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen and Kat. I remember that the first state of UK is England, Wales, and Scotland, and North Ireland. Sorry, I forgot Scotland before. All right. You both, you have something to say.
I totally agree with my previous speakers, with Jane, Kate, and Werner. Yes, we divided our cooperation in 2 phases. First, we have to establishing networks. So that means people, enterprise, and government has come together. This is the first phase. And therefore you have to establish a so-called a platform, a networking platform, that everyone know each other. But this is working for maybe 1 and 2 years very, very great. But the next step is establishing technology, establishing for job environment, showing the people, showing the enterprises, and especially showing the society what is this digital transformation, what could be the job description, the job environment, especially what it's look like, the jobs in the future, to demonstrate, to present them, and then making after the second phase, the third phase, collaborations between the UK, between other countries in the European Union, between Asia, between North and South America. And that's very important, the 3 steps. And with the 3 steps, we have to establishing first our own factories. We have 2 factories in our own facilities. That means because we cannot talking about digital transformation, we have to present, showing the industry what is the benefit, what is the return of invest if you are investing in people, if you are investing in technology, and showing what is the optimization, what is the automation, what is the value creation if you are going to digital transformation. That's very important. And therefore, we build up in our environment together with the help of the governmental funds, with different states, with different levels, with the state government, but also with all the partners. We have thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises which giving us their challenges, their daily challenges has to solve. And the students and the vocational trainers and the trainers and the lecturers, they are forcing the challenge of real world problems. And if we are solving this, if we're presenting the solutions, it's not only that we can go in a step, it's the whole society that make the digital transformation, the acceptance, the management thinking, which is changing. And therefore, you have to establish first network, second, the facility, hardware and software, and third, the programs. Thank you.
Thank you. I got time for Q&A. We have, I got a question from Flo that or asked Jen and Kate about the question. I would read it in Chinese. 对于资源有限的培训机构
For training institute, the resources are limited. If they want to provide the digital training, what should they do? Should they invest in hiring more trainers, or should they purchase more equipment, or any other advice you can share with us? With limited resources, which one is the first priority?
I think it's a really interesting question, and thank you for asking us. One of the biggest challenges for all technical vocational educational institutes around the world is actually how do you keep up to speed with having the right technology. And so I think what we've seen most recently in our government in the UK as a huge investment in technology, and Kate's example of Barnsley College is one of those where there is that agreement of investment. But I think this is where industry partnership really plays its role, and actually industry contributing to that education, whether it's creating, and we create and have created a number of skills academy models in the UK and around the world, where actually industry has that education taking place in the heart of its business, and therefore is providing that training equipment so that young people are exposed, or students are exposed to working on relevant equipment, digital technology that they're going to be exposed to when they go into the workplace. So there are different models. I think one of the areas of caution is that it's not the same in every country. And one of the challenges that we've seen is where very modern technology and equipment is put into state-of-the-art TVET institutions, but actually business is not at that level. And so when the students come out, they are frustrated because they haven't got access to that in the workplace. And also when work placements aren't aligned to what the student is learning, that can also cause discord between students and industry. So there are some challenges, and I think the solution to that is you have to have industry engaged with education at the start in terms of within the planning, and also looking at how and what skills are needed by the teachers, because I agree we need more teachers around the world, but actually we need more people from industry who know how to teach or taught to teach, that can provide those master classes, that expertise, And also we need to provide our teachers with fantastic CPD back in industry. And so it works, the only way it can work is if we've got industry working together with education. And as Kate explained, as a sector skills council, we have a role in that. We can facilitate that. And other models around the world also, I think, provide a similar solution. Kate, I don't know whether you want to add.
I think just building capacity of teachers is really important, of the ones that you've got. And we've done quite a lot of work on really simple digital delivery tools, because what we found was particularly the work-based trainers, the ones that were delivering in the workplace for work experience or work practice, they really needed more help on quite simple digital delivery and digital assessment. So I think it's also doing a clear skills needs analysis of your teaching group as well, and working out what their specific skills are, because you know there will be a mixture within that as well. And there's some very good digital tools out there for them to use, but you know they need help and maybe a community of practice that can share that.
Thank you, Jen and Kate. I got a question for Vernon and Yuval about the German system. I also read in Mandarin, so the interpreter would help me out to translate into English. 请问德国双轨制
In Germany, you have dual education system.
双轨制是否允许学生转换公司
Does such a system allow students to shift to be trained in different company? For example, if they they are trained in a company for 3 months, can they decide that they want to quit? They want to transfer to another company to be trained? Can they make that decision? Did you hear the question? Okay.
For a student who is making vocational education, they have a contract with the company who is educating. And as this dual system is working, let's say 60% of the education is done at the company and 40% is done at the schools. So if they want to switch to another company, it's not that easy. Of course, he can change, but he also needs to have another company who is willing to take over him. So, for example, if this education takes 3 years or 3.5 years, if he would like to change after 2 years, it's not that easy. And it also causes some questions in the CV, because everybody would ask, hey, why you stopped the education at the first company and then switched to another company? And if he did this, he has no chance to change the education. So if he's making an education for a mechatronic education, then he's not allowed to switch to another education, because he has to finish his education, and then of course he can start another one. Switching from company to company is really, really complicated, and in our organization, it happens, let's say, maybe once every 3 years. It's not that usual.
Thank you, Vernon. And Yuval, you had any observation on this issue?
Agree with Vernon. Maybe I give an addition to it. It depends on which education system you choose. If you are doing Ausbildung, that's the vocational training, then it's more defined. If you're doing a university degree vocational training, that means you are collaboration with a university or an applied-oriented university, then you're making a bachelor and master degree together with the enterprise. And that means that you are more flexible in a different way, but you are a little bit more flexibility to choose, for example, going with the orientation. It's not meaning that your occupation is changing. You have to orient it more, for example, more in the mechatronics or more in the IT for the information system. So the orientation that you make a profile. It's not, we do not want that the people can everything. Nobody can everything. We want that people are trained to be the expert in. And in Germany, often they are doing the jobs for years, for decades, and they are the experts, because this is the mentality and the philosophy in Germany for the well done work, for made in Germany. This is what we call made in Germany, because it makes the German education and vocational training so great. That means that you are very focused on a special topic. And if you are now forcing the challenge with the pandemic, you cannot go into the machinery, then you have to connect it. So that means we have to connect, we have to, for example, we are teaching also Taiwanese students remotely. You have to control the German machineries in Taiwan, because now we are forcing each other with the challenge of being online. So that means the machineries has also been online. And therefore, it's with the technology, the flexibility in the education systems are coming, what we are also seeing. So you can choose with our partners different kind of standardization partners for the occupation of mechatronics or the mechanics or the IT administration, and then choose different orientation, different courses. And with the pandemic, you can do it online at home. So you can control the CNC, the robotics system at home if you need just internet. That's why it's called Internet of Things, and especially in industry, the industrial Internet of Things. So the machineries are available for you, the teachers are available for you, and then you have total flexibility to choose your occupation, to choose your job environment.
Thank you, Bernard and Yubo. I think the time is very limited. I think that we had more questions for you, but time is so limited. And I would, on behalf of the organizers, to thank you for all of our speakers with their generous to share their wisdom and also insights. Give this conference so splendid. I think I will call for the discussion session and would turn the floor to Andy. Andy, please.
Okay, thank you so much to our moderator and our panelists. Please stay on screen. We want to take a group photo of your wonderful panel with your thumbs up and your smile. Please. Okay. Kate, Jane, Mr. Mel, Yubo, thumbs up, thumbs up. 报告蔡院长，您暂时拿掉口罩好吗？这样子大家都一起五位都拿掉口罩。Okay, thank you. Wonderful panel, and you can hear our applause. Thank you. Wonderful discussion. We've learned a lot. Thank you so much to our moderator and our panelists. Thank you. Kate, Jane, and Mr. Yubo and Mr. Werner Mauer, please stay online. This is the time for our conclusion remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our host. This is from Training and Development Division of Workforce Development Agency, Director Madame Shen Wenli, for the closing remarks. Madame?
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, my distinguished guests online. We are so happy to have you here, Jen and Kate from People First International, Werner Monroe from Highway Technology, and Yubo Wang from Technical University of Darmstadt online with us. Thank you. First of all, on behalf of the Workforce Development Agency, Minister of Labor, Taiwan, I would like to thank online experts to join us today. Yesterday, we have worked with experts from Singapore, Australia, Belgium, and to exchange views on the challenge of vocational training and education. Today, with experts from UK, Germany, we are here jointly share insight and valuable experience on future work styles and vocational training trends in the post-pandemic era at the same time. Exchange future vocational training perspective and innovative approaches to cross-domain digital talent cultivation. The pandemic is accelerating industry transformation. However, the difference of technology and business model nowadays driven the work skills are changing day by day. To meet the needs of the major industry of Taiwan, it is our duty to organize training courses and to train the talents in advance. Through the 2 days seminar, we have learned valuable international experience of vocational training and have a very fruitful inspirations. The inspirations from the sharing of international experts will continue to feedback to the promotion of our future vocational training. Although the event will be end, it is the beginning of our continued cooperation with international partners. On behalf of the WTA, I would like to thank you all for your hard contribution and dedication. Thanks again to every partner who are here and online today. Today's event is come to a successful conclusion. Let us carry on to create a better tomorrow together. I think it's time to say goodbye. Thank you. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Warner Morrow, and thank you, Uber Wang. Thank you all. You are wonderful, and you all of you gave us a very wonderful experience and sharing. Thank you very much. See you.
And thank you to our Director Shen for this wonderful closing remarks. Now, Kate, Jane, Bernard, and Yubo, please wave our hand to say goodbye to our audience online. Please wave your hand. Thank you so much for joining us. We love you. Let's do this more often. Thank you. Thank you to our viewers. 我们线上的观众朋友，请留在线上。我们大会正式完成之后，要在线上抽奖。Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a wonderful 2-day event organized by the Workforce Development Agency, Ministry of Labor. This is our 2021 Vocational Training International Seminar. We thank you so much again. Thank you to our host, to our organizer, the Workforce Development Agency, Ministry of Labor. And thank you for watching and joining us. We should do this more often. That said again, 我们线上的观众朋友，请留在线上，我们马上要为您进行众所期待的抽奖活动。您在今天扫描了 QR code 就完成了线上的报道，对不对？那么也就自然而然的参加了我们的摸彩。再次跟大家报告一下我们的摸彩的精彩内容。来，我们请导播打出来。我们的摸彩活动呢，要摸的奖品就是您现在看到的是科技淘金术系列，这是工研院所提供的1500元的线上课程的内容，有用数位化来翻转新商机，数位化翻转新商机的课程，有投其所好，拉近你与消费者的距离，还有后疫情时代之下创业之路，还有前进水市场。好的，介绍完奖品之后呢，你看都是1500元的线上课程哦。马上请抽奖，各位，这是刚才我们看到的是入围的，现在立刻 AI 电脑抽奖。好，中奖的结果已经出来了。Ladies and gentlemen， 我们恭喜这10位的幸运儿，他们的 email 已经出现了 B5339066，恭喜 HCF Joseph， 恭喜 Jinfu Chen， 恭喜 Jessie， ，Itri 也抽中了啊！恭喜 Bear Baby Show， 恭喜通义 ETI， 恭喜 N110430001， 恭喜 Shell 070619， 恭喜 B1081707， 恭喜 Admin。Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. 我们2天的国际论坛2021职业训练国际论坛顺利圆满成功。数位趋势之下的职业训练展望 Digital Trends and Future Forecast for Vocational Training. Let's work together for a bigger and brighter future. 还有新冠肺炎的疫情，其实这个威胁仍然存在的。So, everyone, take care of yourself and take care of the people around you. We love you. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye. 观众朋友，如果您还在线上的话，请扫描这个 QR code， 这是满意度的问卷调查的 QR code， 因为您的意见非常的宝贵。Ladies and gentlemen, this is a survey. Scan the QR code, do the survey. We need your feedback. We love your feedback. Thank you very much. Thank you.